Sorry about the delay, folks. If you saw one of my notifications about, or drop some Crunchyroll. I don't remember making some kind of deal with them. I did become an ambassador with Advanced GG over the break that I took, but don't know why the heck it's saying something about getting drops from Crunchyroll. Not that I'm complaining necessarily, I'm just puzzled is all. But who cares? Hello everybody, welcome back. Frigid Night here as always. Since it was a late start, I'll be going late. Wait, I thought I already downloaded everything. This won't take long anyway. Yeah, like I said, it won't take long. What do you mean, touch? Oh, is that like the whole thing of Dante before the Imperial throne? Why, did you chain me to the floor or something? You dare interrupt me just as I was engraving the blank? You must be out of your... apparently isn't one of the city's taboos. And what are the taboos? Just the kind of thing that no one has ever dared to consider. Catch my drift? Huh? Would you look at that? You managed to get a different head in so fast. Do people like you always come prepared? Grr. Just wait till I get the blank. You'll be no match for my... I guess that new noggin doesn't come with a mouth, huh? Well, it obviously doesn't. Yep, ticking. Ticking. That ticking is all I can hear. You think they're screaming on the inside? Maybe. I mean, the head does appear to be on fire. Also, do y'all think I should read the lines even though it's got voice acting in a different language? I'm honestly not sure about that. Dang it, why am I being attacked? Not good. Memories are dissolving already. The blank was done too quick. What? What? They've gone quiet already. Let's get this over with. Wolf, this is a place no one visits and somewhere none can see. What's the hurry? Must follow her teachings. We can't drag on any longer. Yeah, but this is the moment of a lifetime. We're not gonna get a second chance to kill someone of this caliber. What caliber? 308? 50? 45? I don't know. And you have a tendency to go too emotional during your jobs. I hope you show some discretion. It's a shame. Why did I have a look at your face? In fact, you won't tell us where your star is, right? Star? The only stars I know of in the context of the setting is Star of the City, which is a threat level. Like hell I am, and taking something's location to the grave with. Dang it, where was Blank supposed to be again? These are escaping me too quickly. Right, no mouth. Which in turn means we won't learn how to acquire it from this person. Can I end them now?
설마 뒤에다가 추적자들을 달고 온 거야?
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어.
No,
짐승일 확률은
no one that could have pursued me. Perhaps a wild animal. There are no wild animals that sound like an engine revving.
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건
Yeah, no kidding.
버스.
It's the magic cool bus.
저런 게 어떻게 여기까지 굴러 들어왔지?
Rule of awesome. Or cool. The price they'll pay for taking the wrong road will be heavier than they expect. Best. Well, yeah, it's a freaking bus!
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은 영광의 항구에 이르겠지.
If my eyes are still right, then you will reach the Harbor of Glory. Who are you? That nameplate says Faust?
어두운 숲에서 길을 잃었군요.
You've lost your way in the dark forest. I'm sorry, what?
하지만 당신은 두렵지 않았어요.
Yet you were not overcome with fear. Why was that? That's... I could simply lift my head to find the star.
그래요.
That's right.
이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서
Now repeat with the
제가
heart.
하는 말을 마음으로 외치세요.
Now repeat with the heart what I tell you aloud as you remind yourself of that image.
너의 별을 따라가거라.
Okay, so I'm guessing it's a navigational star, but which one? And I know of several. Felt a sudden thump in my head, followed by the sting of several chains penetrating my chest. That can't be good. Ugh! That seems unpleasant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess all those represents one of the sinners.
걱정하지 마세요. 정말로 심장을 못 쓰게 된 게 아니니까.
Relax, though it may feel otherwise, your heart is still functional.
이것으로 계약은 완료되었습니다.
With this, the pact has been sealed.
단테, 이제 저희는 당신의 시간에 귀속되었습니다.
Dante, from this day forth, we are bound to your time.
이제 저희의 심장이 먹고
The
뛰는
beating of our hearts now depends on
당신의
where your
시각이
hands fall.
어디 위치하는지에 따라 달렸습니다. 잘 부탁드려요.
I hope you'll make a fine leader. Well, fitting that that Dante was confronted by by three people named Lion, Panther, and Wolf, just like in Dante's Inferno. Except I think was it a leopard instead of a panther?
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
Yes, I will call you Ishmael. Is that really everything? A single apple has fallen.
이 사람은 아직도 이상한 소리만 하네.
This guy's still not making any sense.
찌뿌둥해. 이제 움직여도 되는 거지?
Jeez, the weight was killing me. Finally some action now.
몸을 풀어보는 것도 나쁘진 않겠지.
Well, I guess we could use a little warm up.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지? 우리의 마지막 대원이 될 자인가?
What is that wretch miserably writhing on the ground? Are they to be the newest addition to the team? You might want to watch your words.
우리 상사가 될 뿐이래.
I heard that's our soon-to-be boss.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데 용케 머리를 숨겼군요.
Must be talking. They must be speaking Korean. I've listened to plenty of English subbed anime, or yeah, English subbed anime. That doesn't sound like Japanese. The attack must have happened in an instant. I'm impressed you managed to hide your head. Who are you people? And what's up with this bus?
우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온 정의의 사자들이고 이건 원하는 곳은 어디든 갈 수 있는 마술
Oh.
버스죠.
I didn't know the bus was actually magical. Justice bus? I don't...
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요.
Was that what you expected to hear?
그렇게 생각하는
Either way, you're
척
better off believing us to be your saviors.
시간도 없고 유리한 상황도
We're racing against time. The situation isn't in our favor. So let me explain this once. After some time passed. So, if I'm not mistaken, here, and I do as you've said, those total strangers will fight for me?
맞아요.
Correct.
당신이
As long as you give them the right orders. Alright, so we'll kill these arrogant vandals dead. Then I'll go back to where I was. And... What was I doing? Where was I when I did that? Something extremely important was upon me! Something I shouldn't forget.
진정해요.
Calm down, it's something natural to happen with your current head.
지금은 눈앞에 놓인 전투에 집중하죠.
You should focus on the struggle at hand, Dante.
혹시
Quote, pardon,
뭐라고 불러야 할지.
I'm not sure how I should address you.
시계 지휘관님,
Would Commander Clock suffice?
전투 명령을 내려주십시오.
In any case, we await your orders.
뭘 명령까지야. 각계 전투밖에 답이 없잖아.
Yeah, do we really need orders? Seems like going one-on-one is the only way.
저기요.
뭘 쑥덕대고 있는 거야? 다
Quit running off your mouth. We just need to crush them all.
최선을 다해주세요, 단테.
There's no two ways about it, I suppose. Huh. Let's begin by learning the basics of combat. Please direct your attention to the dashboard here. Use the dashboard to relay your commands to the sinners. You find each sinner's skills on the dashboard. The control scheme is simple. Simply drag from the left end of the dashboard to the right end to change the skills, and you are ready to enter the combat phase. Press and hold the gear on the left on the dashboard to grab the chain. See, then, when you're holding the chain from the left gear, connect the skills from left to right along the guiding line. Well done. Now that skills for all sinners have been chained, you may press the gear on the right to start the combat phase.
가보죠.
So this does not work at all like Library of Verena. I've been playing a bit of that on the Switch. So where's the stagger meter? That is how you, the manager, issue your orders. Let's try that again. I'd grab and drag the chain from the left gear, thread it through the skills you want to use, connect the chain to, or select the right gear. Okay, but how do I know what each skill does?
좋아, 간다.
What's the stagger meter? Is it that orb? I also know that this is a hopeless boss fight. I don't even know what the heck these skills are, or like what they're even called, let alone what the heck they do. Let's have him use that I think that's a cockroach claw. I'm not sure what all those colors correspond to. Well, not yet anyway. Yeah, let's go with that.
행동을 개시합니다.
Well, this is going badly. How come that's not an option? I don't even know what those all are. What those are all are. Okay, I guess that's the only option I've got.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Yep, he's gone.
이해가 되지 않는군. 이런 것들에게 사자가 당했다고.
I don't get it. This is what Lion struggled against.
잠깐만.
Whoa, hang on.
방금까지
This is
싸웠던
kind of
사람.
weird coming from someone you were just fighting. But I'm pretty sure we could talk this up. Well, gonna be hard to talk it out now.
이건
This
이상적이지 않소.
is unideal.
처음부터 말이 안 되는 싸움이라고
It's a
생각했는데
ridiculous fight idea to put up a fight against them.
다들 장난해? 난 시작도
Are y'all kidding? I haven't even. What the hell is going on? You said you'll fight in my stead.
이겨준다는 말은 안 했어요.
We never promised to win said fights. What?
그리고
And it seems that I'm the only survivor. Not the funnest lives to end. What am I supposed to do? They jumped in triumphantly only to die like flies. I can't remember a thing about the past since I've repeated what she said. Is this how I die?
뱀에게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Tell the serpent this, false lion.
이건 막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
This flow cannot be stopped. Red? But why?
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나?
Do you know why I only dismembered those two?
그래야 사지
Because at least one of you needs to be able to carry the rest out of here.
파동타라는 팔과 다리를
And you're the only one left to offer them any help.
붉은 시선.
그렇게 노려보지 마.
Don't glare at me like that. This is nothing compared to what you did.
결국 그 정도 부상이면
With wounds like those, I'm sure your boss will recognize that you did your part. Consider them a medal of honor.
아니면
Unless
여기서 명줄을 놓고
you want this to be the end of your life. Who are you one of them? You're too late. They're already.
늦은 건 아무것도 없습니다. 단테. 우리에게 필요한 건
There's
오직
only one thing we need.
되돌릴 시간.
A little time to rewind. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pain in my chest, as though my heart was being torn asunder, followed by flashes of the ribs. intestines, stomach, and lungs. And engulfed in a deluge of torment, twisting and squeezing my entire body, I let out an agonizing scream. My fading consciousness, the only thing I could perceive was the deceased's flesh reconstructing in a bizarre manner.
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러울 겁니다, 단테.
You'll suffer plenty from now on, Dante. And the voice of the man with red eyes. Gee, that must be Virgil. And I don't mean Dante's twin brother. They're twins in Devil May Cry, right? Hear the howl of a beast somewhere. It cries ceaselessly. Is it wailing out of hunger, or...
움찔움찔거려. 일어난 걸까?
They're being itchy twitchy. Did they get up?
드디어 정신을 차렸군.
Wake at last.
버티지 못하고
We've been a tad disappointed if you croaked on us.
상쾌한 아침. 나는야 버스 기사 카런.
It's probably not a good idea to be on any sort of vehicle that is being driven by someone by that name. Cute though. She deserves head pats.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어.
It's not morning, but I guess it's refreshing. How do you feel, Dante? Well,
째깍거리는군.
tick-tocking like a clock.
의사소통이
Some language barrier this is.
곤란한데 저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다. 이 말이 제대로 들려.
Virgil, Virgilius.
무언가 이해했다는
Close enough.
취하시죠, 단테.
If you can understand what I'm saying, give me some kind of reaction, Dante. I give him a quick nod since he didn't seem hostile.
좋아.
Good. At least your hearing is functional. That's right.
일단 출발하지, 카론.
Okay, Caron. I guess that's how it's pronounced.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
There's a heavy roar and vibrations as though they echoed from the bottom of a deep mire. It was then that I realized I was aboard a bus. I don't know, kinda looks like a train. A bus. I can't be sure if I've ever ridden such a vehicle in the past.
당신이 누구였는지는
I've ridden buses before, but not one like this. Do you remember who you are? I shook my head to say no. I'd been reminded that my head was now a clinking mechanism.
원래 기억을 되찾고
I
싶.
suppose you want your memory back.
그렇지
Am I
않나?
right? I nodded. I sure feel like an idiot.
매끄럽군.
Smooth as it gets.
다들 이렇게
What's this?
몸짓으로만 말하면 안 되는 건가?
What's to stop the rest of you from adopting this gesture-based communication? Well, technically, sign language would qualify as that, wouldn't it?
어떻게 생각하지, 파우스트 씨?
Any words of yours, Miss Faust?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요.
Faust will kindly turn down the offer.
저희가 매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수 있는
I
상황이
don't have that much freedom over our own bodies most of the time. She's the one who spoke to me back in the forest. Her silver hair that glistens even without sunlight gives off a rather mysterious air.
단테.
Dante? Come to think of it, the red-eyed man has been calling me that. Anyone has been calling me that too.
단테는 당신의 이름이에요. 이름까지 잊으셨군요.
Dante is your name. The amnesia must be affecting you rather severely. Sure looks like it. I'm sure... Yeah, that doesn't sound like a familiar word.
점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
You'll get used to it in time. Wait, you can understand me? The group that attacked me earlier, and that Virgie or whatever he was called, seemed to hear nothing but ticking from me.
파우스트에게는 제대로 된 단어로 들린답니다.
Faust can hear what you intend to speak. You really can? But how? I don't even have a real mouth.
그런 구시대적인 발상은 머리를 바꾸어서 생긴 건가요?
Huh? Outdated ideas must be one of the side effects that came with your head replacement. What the heck is that supposed to mean?
성대나 혀 따위의 발성기관이 있어야만 대화를 할 수 있다는 건 시대착오적인 이야기죠.
It's anachronistic to think that vocal organs such as the cords or tongue are necessary to participate in conversation. Yeah, but if you're gonna replace it with some sort of prosthetic, you'd probably need a speaker, which clearly that clock does not have. Anachronistic. Right. Never considered that. You can limit the recipient of your words to one person or choose to speak to everyone at once. A little clarification. When I say everyone, I'm only referring to the sinners. Sinners? The people who have to take seats behind you. Or who have taken seats behind you. And the ones who fought in your stead until moments ago. So the final piece that completes our journey's cast. How have I yearned for this moment? Say, pal, what's your old cranium get off to? So it was you. Thanks for putting my spine back into one piece. Were you a surgeon or something in the nest? Everyone quiet. Nothing is more displeasing than to hear a choir of noises. I suppose you all owe them a brief introduction. I'll give you time to make yourselves known, starting with the closest one. Go on. Why is it always the ones in front that go first? I'm sick of taking any sort of lead now. Heard you were gonna be our boss. Another bot on bot spammer, whichever, over on Kick. Harumph! Heard you were gonna be our boss, or yeah, our manager. Manager? Yeah, which is why I was real curious to meet you. And forming the right sentences is tough work. Don't know what you did with your old head, but I guess everyone has their story. I'm Gregor. We're in this together, Manager Bud. Let's see. What the heck does that say? This turn is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. However, an upsurge of emotion or a sudden change of environment may cause parts or the whole of his body to transform into insectile, totally akin to a carapace resembling that of the blank tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obligated to be nice, we recommend keeping your facial expression in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. And how exactly would it be visible when the manager's face is a clock? He sometimes uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with, and you can get around him without much difficulty as long as you learn the knack of it.
그래. 양반이 뭐야, 양반이. 이제부터 우리한테 엄청난 돈을 가져다 줄 사람한테.
Greg, they aren't just our buddy or pal. You're talking to the person who'll make us filthy rich.
그래?
Greg? Rich? What's that about?
양반보다는
Let's see, what's better? What's better, Dante? Don't mind me if I call you by name. You can call me Rodya. Why does it show an axe to the heart? It probably has something to do with crime and punishment. I read up a bit about those, about some of the books that the sinners reference, mainly through TV tropes, because I don't exactly have the time to read the whole freaking book themselves. I mean, Crime and Punishment is 600 pages. Let's see, the unfortunate traits of being backstreets born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so it is advised to pay close attention to her as the manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or a silly joke. We recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you are her superior. Her mood may be down at irregular intervals. There is nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so we recommend waiting for it to pass.
난 당신이 우리의
I think there's,
관리자가 된대.
well, good reason you became our manager.
분명 원래는
I'm sure it used to be a big deal back at the nest, right?
그때
When your old habits start coming back, we'll be that much closer rolling in the dough.
들어올 생각을 하니?
She does have sociability, I'll give her that.
아차, 내 정신 좀 봐.
Oh gosh, look at me keeping on. Hey kid, it's your turn next.
안녕하세요.
Yeah, good day.
아우, 시시해.
Ah,
그게
boring.
끝이야?
That's it? Oh, I am Sinclair. Sinclair. What was the work of fiction there? I need to check. I mainly checked up on Crime and Punishment and Metamorphosis because I didn't think I would be getting to Kanto 3, let alone further than that, anytime soon. Although Faust is from the book of the same name. Either Faust, well, the book story, whichever it is either called Faust or Faustus. Although kind of a funny thing about Heathcliff being referenced to Wuthering Heights, I actually had a chance to read that back in high school. It was for a novel class, as in, book novels. There's one part where, all the students, including myself, because I was taking the class, obviously, separated into groups to read one of several books, and one of the options was Wuthering Heights. Well, kind of knowing that is something of a romance story, didn't exactly have a whole lot of interest in that, especially when one of the alternatives was Jurassic Park, which is the one I read. After the main character, Hermann Hesse's novel Demian. Let's see. With the volatile nature of human growth around his age taken into consideration, this student seems to get particularly startled or frown when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat at the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as spilt innards at first. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we recommend taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself isn't aware of. This is a helpful sign that he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. Oh, that sounds reassuring. This boy looks awfully unnerved. Did he even join this company of his own accord?
더 해야 할 말이 있나요? 회사는 처음이라.
Is there anything else I need to say? I've never worked for a company before.
뭐 앞으로 남은 날은 많을 테니까.
Well, you'll learn the ropes in the coming days.
그럼 거기
Okay then, how about you next, nerdy pal?
비상이라.
I'm Yisang. What exactly is that weapon he's got there? I'm not sure if it's maybe a rifle of some kind, a pistol that doesn't have a pistol grip for whatever reason, or maybe a blade. Formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing, the Sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversation with this Sinner will prove difficult for majors selected by our current screening process. Avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk on its own, however. If the Sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he is currently processing a line of deliberate thought. We recommend waiting patiently for him. That's it?
이상해요.
No smoke or mirrors. I waited for him to reveal that he was pulling a prank or something. But he just stared vacantly into the window, disinterested.
답답하네요. 사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요.
Okay, Ishmael. How's the fishing been? I can't believe you people aren't in proper introduction to the first step to being a member of society.
저를 이스마일이라고 불러주세요.
Of course that's how she introduces herself! That's the first line in the book. You may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners, but do not worry. The sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She is likely to make reasonable judgments, so it is a good idea to start conversations while looking her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget, this sinner has survived an absurd voyage in a far and wide body of water. Her patience may run deep, but once you take a wrong turn with her, it may be a difficult task to regain her trust.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고 들었어요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
I heard you glued our bodies back together from pieces. I look forward to working with you. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. Although she emphasized sociality, she didn't feel like the most amicable sort.
미안하게 됐네. 나는 사회생활하고는 거리가 좀 멀어서.
Sorry to disappoint because I don't care too much for fitting in.
히스클리프. 뭐 때려 부수고 깨부수는 일은 전문으로 하고 다녔지.
Used to be a professional wrecker for property and people alike. This sitter prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. His brashness may cause headaches or physical injury, leading to a headache in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, please contact the Human Resources Department. You'd think they'd provide him with provide Dante with a sidearm pistol that could shoot tranquilizer darts. Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you'll have an easier time handling him.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게 하고 다니긴 했지만.
Not under anyone's orders, mind you. I only did it to buggers that got on my nerves.
당신도 조심하라고.
So you'd better watch it.
나는 윗사람이라고 거들먹거리는 사람한테 할 일이.
Death allergic cocky gaffers that think they can boss me around. I don't think I've done anything to give that impression yet.
드디어 이 몸의 차례인가? 난 돈키호테일세.
Impossible dream. I know some Spanish. Not nearly enough to keep up with Chiwidoki. 'Tis my turn to speak. I am Don Quixote. Better not be Don Quixote do Flamingo. I'm keeping my eye on you. There's no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionado of all things Fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of Fixer-related merchandise. They have merchandise? They won't affect her performance in combat one way or another, so there is no need for you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She's deeply immersed in the role of a righteous Fixer. Hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to those of an actor. Has such a thing ever existed, really? It's advised to play along with her for a smooth mission.
그대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈 해결사지. 잘 부탁하네.
I am a Fixer who shall sprint for the dreams side by side. A pleasure to have thee. A Fixer? That definitely feels like a term I used to know.
해결사 말인가? 내가 대답해줄 수 있네. 도시를 수호하는 자들이지.
Dost thou wish to know what it is? I can answer the question. Fixers are protectors of the city.
도시에 대해서
Perchance thou mayst struggle to remember the city. 'Tis. I believe I said this was for brief introductions. Don't maybe say it twice. Next.
폭루라고 한답니다. 잘해보자고요. 우리.
Fixers are basically hired guns. Although, kind of a funny thing about that. So, I also have some familiarity with the tabletop game Paranoia, where you play as troubleshooters. What do troubleshooters do in that game? They find trouble and shoot it. So, in that context, yeah, calling them fixers is kind of fitting, considering that they're hired guns and all that, and what exactly that they do. Library of Verona fleshes it out a bit. And yeah, except I guess they're called fixers instead of troubleshooters because most of them don't use guns. My name's Hung Lu. I hope we can get along well. Sitter who had lived an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has a certain admiration for a free life, but occasionally he may make ignorant and unsavory questions in regards to the food cooked by a certain other sinner or other aspects of the low lives of lowly culture. This can cause significant irritation for the other sinners, However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in his curiosity-driven inquiries, so it's ill-advised to let them get physical over it.
우와, 당신 그 머리 근사한데요? 요새 유행하는 모델인가 보죠?
Wow, and look at you. Isn't that a fascinating head there? Popular model these days, I suppose? No, this isn't that kind of...
제 취향은
It's not of my interest, though.
저건 무슨 말
The
써가지고.
hell's wrong with your... No, the hell's wrong with your attitude? Heathcliff looked to be just moments away from swinging his bat. But when he realized the red gaze laid on him, he grunted and sat back down.
요슈.
It's Yoshu. I have noticed that the background relates to the Kanto that focuses on them, which, by the way, I think I just got another bot on Kick. So, a lot of the it's like parts of the Divine Comedy they refer to as cantos. I'm not sure if those were the chapters or if it was more like paragraph, because the Divine Comedy was written as poetry. I know that this design is associated with the middle finger. No, not that middle finger. It's one of the 5 major syndicates. I think this corresponds to the ring, so I guess this one's the pinky. The index gives out prescripts, so I guess that corresponds to it, and so I guess that must correspond to the thumb. Let's see. As they say, every person has their own creed. It's only right to respect it as the executive manager. But with some creeds, you will have difficulty in simply pretending to sympathize. You will have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker whose eyes shine with euphoric gleam only during battle. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and only a step backward for art. Caution, the sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you. Oh. She must have been with one of the fingers.
요르슈쿠.
Sure, it's nice to meet you. Or sure, it's nice to meet you. Whatever. What point was I supposed to laugh?
메르소, 그렇게 불러주시겠습니까?
Marisol, please refer to me as such. Soleil, that means sun, but what language is that in again? Spanish? I'm not sure. Wants clear and concise commands requiring no judgment on his part. Short, sweet, and to the point. You're pretty polite.
특별한 것이 아닙니다.
This isn't anything special. I'm simply behaving normally. I'm almost touched. Yes, see.
네.
Yes. Felt as if something were gravely amiss with him, but I can't seem to pin it down exactly. Might be something about his arm. Looks like someone's in for an odyssey. The way she scanned me up and down was a little daunting. I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with a motion of her hand. Please,
관리자님이 먼저 자세를 굽히려다니 당치도 않습니다.
please, I'd never make my manager grovel before me.
본인은 오티스라고 합니다. 이전에 실례했던 부분을 사과드리고 싶습니다.
My name is Otis. I would like to apologize for my rudeness earlier. Looks like some kind of battle. Let's see. Oh. Well, that symbol seems to refer to the Trojan horse, which... I don't remember if that was brought up in the Odyssey, in the very beginning, of course. It was certainly brought up in the Iliad. That whole plan was Odysseus' idea. Or Ulysses, if you're reading the Aeneid. Ulysses was what the Romans called him. The Odyssey is one I did read, though. That was in high school. The senior could serve as an excellent advisor, depending on your capability. However, one also has she also has a meddlesome tendencies to it, so it is recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She's an expert when it comes to tactics and various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable for your mission. Fitting, Odysseus was known for his guile and cunning. In addition, she possesses a vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You could trust her with the simple repairs of the bus. And yeah, that also seems to be in line with Odysseus. Notice, unlike the other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of this sinner is not permitted. Warning, keep an eye on this sinner and beware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing our company's mission. That's an odd warning. Records pertaining to the past of this sinner is not permitted. Otis was an alias that Odysseus used when, I don't remember what the Cyclops' name was, but it was early in the Odyssey. And there was one other occasion in which he used an I think at least one other occasion in which he used an alias. Rudeness?
이거 참 마음마저 이렇게 넓으실 줄이야.
What's with that look? Looks like she's scheming something. Oh, please, your generosity is a humbling sight. I knew at first glance that you have what it takes to lead us. Huh? Sorry? Well, most humans cause noise and friction as a result of confrontation. Some are able to reap mutual benefits from coming head to head. It could be compared to the relationship between a blade and a whetstone. I vow to serve you with unrivaled devotion, Executive Manager. My blade is yours to wield. That's reassuring. Thanks. I give her an approving nod, even though I still don't get what she meant by her rudeness. Amazed at how you can sing such bold-faced high praise not too long after calling them a miserably writhing wretch. I think I see now. It seems I am the last. Faust is the name. Okay, okay, so I guess her Kanto is going to have something to do with the bus itself. I think I read some kind of thing about how, like, there's, like, some corridor in the back of Mephistopheles that just continues on and ad infinitum or something. The Mephistopheles is the bus that train-like bus that this team uses. So I guess the content is going to focus rather heavily on the bus. The center developed the engine of Mephistopheles, the bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims there is no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom, and she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing, but as seen with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of arrogance, there is no hope of her parting with it ever. We recommend simply nodding once and getting over it. Even though she has an unparalleled genius, we can't quite figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you could be the one to find out. Genius with whom you're lucky to cross paths even once in your life. Sounds like you aren't convinced, Dante. Well, it's fine. You'll come to learn all in due time. Learn what? That Faust is indeed a brilliant mind. When a proverbial tree falls, the fact of its sound cannot become truth when the outside observer fails to recognize it. Okay. That's enough greetings.
당신의 직무를 알려드리죠.
Dante, let me explain your new occupation. You mean as the manager?
관리자를 말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
Asking if the job you're about to explain is that of a manager. Come to think of it, that red-eyed man couldn't hear me, unlike the sinners.
맞습니다. 관리자 단테. 당신은 지금 소개받은
So you'll embark on a trip to the Inferno, go figure, with the 12 students who've just introduced themselves. The Inferno? Why should I go to hell?
자신이 지옥으로 가야
Asking why they need to
하는
travel to the Inferno. How about this?
지옥의 끝에는
Treasure awaits at the end of the road. Would that suffice?
그렇게 말하면 되겠습니까?
That's one way of putting it, I guess. Inferno was just the first of the 3 parts of the Divine Comedy. The second was Purgatory, the third was Paradiso. Of course, referring to heaven. I don't... You mean it used to be a treasure hunter or something?
아예 알아듣질 못하는군요.
They can't seem to get you at all.
해를 요구한 건
I did not ask for your understanding, Dante. Nor is this a question of your willingness.
기억과 머리를
You'll have to listen to me if you want to reclaim your memories and original head.
할 겁니다.
How the heck is he gonna be reclaiming his original head? And is his brain in a jar or something? I don't know. I mean, I do want them back, but
미적거리네요.
they're hesitant.
파우스트 씨,
Miss Faust, what will we do if Dante keeps on refusing to cooperate? This was not a scenario we anticipated.
무슨 말씀을?
Ostrus.
파우스트는
Faust anticipates every possibility.
단테 모든 임무를 마치고 나면
Dante, once you've completed all your missions, you'll be able to engrave the aspect.
제가 보증하죠.
I can promise you that. Aspect, a word that strikes my mind intensely. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts are responding strongly to it. Led by intuition, I make my choice.
보이죠?
See there?
고개를 끄덕이잖아요.
They're nodding.
좋아.
Good.
계속
Then we can
가면
continue.
되겠어. 그런데 카론, 아까부터 왜 출발을 안 하고 있지? 졸았나?
I think I mentioned in the beginning that I managed to work out an ambassadorship deal with Advanced GG. My promo code is -10, so you can use that to get 10% off on a purchase. Let's see. By the way, Karen, why isn't the bus moving? Were you dozing off?
기사는 졸음 쉼터에서만 졸아. 에르.
The bus driver only snoozes at rest spots, Verg.
내피 앞에
Weirdos were hanging around in front of Mephi. Weirdos? What weirdos?
카론, 말했잖아. 버스에 무슨 일이 생기면 곧바로 알려야 한다니까.
Told you, Karen, if anything happens with the bus, you've got to let me know right away. Mephi? Who's that?
메피스토펠레스.
Mephistopheles, the name of this bus and the engine that runs it.
구동하는 엔진의 이름.
And
그리고
Faust's magnum opus
파우스트의
cordis.
심혈을 기울인 역작이죠.
Okay, magnum opus means great work, but I'm not sure what cordis means.
지옥을 순항하기에는 걸맞는 나룻배가 아닐 수 없지.
Well, hopefully it's actually going to be the Inferno and not the River Styx.
그렇게 생각하지 않습니까, 단테?
I wasn't sure what he was getting at, so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply.
보아하니 뒷골목에
Looks like they're just another pack of dirty rats living in the back streets.
마침 잘
This is
됐으니
just the right time. This is just the right time, Dante. You should make perfect targets for practicing your command.
조건이군요.
Nani?
단테, 처음 전투에서는 생략한 부분이 많았어요.
Dante, I skipped over many details during our first battle.
제대로 설명할 시간이
We were short on time, after all.
하지만 그런 식으로만 전투가
However, we'll be
이루어지면
slaughtered frequently if no improvements are made to your strategy.
당신은
And
우리를
in turn,
살리기
you'll have to endure
위해
senseless pain over and over again to revive us. Pain, revive? You mean what happened earlier was... Yes, we were brought back to life because you turned back the clock.
당장
I don't believe that much is necessary, Miss Faust.
자잘한 담소는
Save the chatter for later. Sinners off the bus.
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
Hang on. You could send every scenario into battle at once, yes, but commanding so many personnel at once will not be an easy task. Therefore, I will inform you of the appropriate number of participants depending on the peculiarities of each battle. For this occasion, 5 citizens will make an appropriate force. Okay. Select 5 citizens you would like to deploy for this battle. Select lower half of each citizen's cards to deploy them.
앞장서시오.
따라가겠어요. 네, 문제 없어.
내가 필요해?
최선을 다해볼게.
What's all this?
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Let's see. These 7-sided icons floating above both the allies and enemies' heads are called skill slots. Because you haven't issued a command by chaining skills yet, the allied skill slots are currently empty. Grab the chain from the left gear and chain it to one of those 2 leftmost skills on the dashboard. As you can see, the skill you just chained has been equipped to the skill slot. Equipped skills are displayed on the skill slots floating above each citizen's head. When the combat phase begins, each citizen will gauge and battle using the skills equipped to the skill slots. Drag from left to right on the dashboard to equip every citizen with one of the skills in their respective columns. Then select the gear on the right to issue your command, and the citizens will enter the combat phase. Okay, but how the heck am I supposed to know what skills they're using?
금방 다녀올게.
It seems kind of tough to follow.
금방 다녀올게.
See, a clash occurs when the center and the target both use attack skills against each other. Okay, so loggerhead +7, weak blow. In a clash, their power is determined primarily by the skill they are using to clash. In this clash between 2 skills, the skill with the higher power wins. Pay attention to the enemy's coins. When a skill loses in that clash, it will lose a coin. If a skill loses a clash, as long as it has remaining skill coins, the 2 skills will continue to flip their coins and clash until one of them loses all coins. The skill that lost all its coins in this clash will conclusively lose the clash. This means that the unit that won the clash gets to attack, while the unit that lost does not. Let's see how power which determines the outcome of clash is calculated. Please issue a command.
금방 다녀올게.
Let's see. This number is the skill's base power before it flips any coins. This number is the skill's coin power. Here you can see how many coins these skills have. The number of coins determines 2 things. 1, how many times the skill can lose a clash before losing all of its coins. 2, how many times the skill hits when it attacks. Each coin that flipped heads will add the coin power of that skill to the base power of that skill name. No, of that same skill. Oh, okay. So that's the amount it adds each one, depending on its. Let's see. Coins that flipped heads will glow, while coins that flipped tails will appear dimmed. I figured as much. Resultant skill power is displayed here. Ishbill's loggerhead skill has the higher skill power, so the enemy's skill loses a coin. Let's see. Winning clash is one of the most fundamental aspects of winning the battle. See, they'll continue to clash for one of the maximum points left. Okay, but what's with this right here?
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비했어.
How am I supposed to follow all the crap that's going on there?
아까보다는 쓸만해 보이는군요, 단테.
Looking much more useful than before, Dante. They all got away save for one though. Shouldn't we go after them?
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
They're worried over the foes that we lost.
걱정할 건 없습니다.
No need for concern. That's the direction we were heading in anyway. Karen? Or Charn? Metal touches metal. Up for an exciting ride. Let's see. As soon as you have deployed the last account will automatically be selected for the next, saving you trouble of selecting them again. Feel free to change them before and during entering the battle, however.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
This time let's learn about SP or sanity points. Maximum value of 45 and a minimum value of minus 45. Please note that the Sinner's SP values can also be viewed here next to these orbs adjacent to the portrait icons on the dashboard. Gloomriz? So those sections. Why do some of them have more than others?
금방 다녀올게.
See, each unit's SP values change based on certain triggers. They tend to heal SP with favorable triggers when you clash or killing enemies, and lose SP with unfavorable triggers. The higher the unit's SP value, the higher the chance to flip heads when flipping skill cards. Allied units all won their respective clashes in the previous turn, which healed their SP. This put us in a favorable position. Please issue your next command. Please direct your attention to this unit's HP or health point bar. This thin line here is called the stagger threshold. Oh, okay. When a unit's HP drops below the stagger threshold line, they become staggered. Staggered units cannot take any action to take double the damage, which puts them at a significant disadvantage in battle. Oh, there's resistance. Pride resistance. Let's go that.
행동을 개시합니다.
Don't know what it'll all do. I don't even know what the heck these skills are. Game ain't telling me that. You've put the remaining enemies in panic states by defeating their allies in the previous turn, which dropped their SP. When enemies' SP drops below a certain threshold, they enter low morale or panic states, which inflict them with negative effects. Units in low morale or panic states are marked by these labels. Let's see. Different effects from entering low morale and panic states. Select this icon to learn what effects this unit is suffering. Okay.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
적을 남편.
폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
30분.
잠시만요.
Give me a second. What is it?
저는
I joined this company because I was told that I'd be
여기에 합류한 거예요.
that I'll be able to advance my career without slowing down.
그런데 지금은
But right now, it's nothing but meaningless violence, like we're rats or something.
의미가 없진 않소.
I object to its meaninglessness. Those were evildoers who attacked us.
부끄러워요. 좀 조용히 좀
Please
해봐요.
just be quiet for a moment.
아무튼
Anyway, if we're all gonna do is beat up people under orders like hired thugs, I'll have to consider changing jobs sooner or later.
입사 계약서를
Haven't you
제대로 안
read your
읽으셨나요?
contract?
회사는
Resignation is not permitted.
계약하면서 말한 이야기가 거짓말이라도 그 계약이 효력이 있을 거라 생각하는 건가요?
It's a good point, but I strongly suspect it doesn't matter. Do you think the contract has any sway if it's based on lies?
당연히 효력이 있죠. 애초에
Of course it
거짓말은
does.
없었으니까.
There were no lies on it.
네? 설마 제가
You didn't think Mephistopheles was built to be a mere means of transportation, did you?
루피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서 울어.
Mephi is always hungry. He keeps crying. The bus gets hungry?
엔진이 연료를 섭취할 때
When the
생기는
engine
부속.
ingests fuel, it yields a byproduct.
여러분은 그걸 통해
Using that, you
강해질 수
can grow more powerful.
있어요. 이상 씨는
I'm sure
잘
Yisang
알고
knows this
계시죠?
well. When all possibilities are drawn from the mirror,
모든 가능성을
성장 또한
there is no limit to one's growth.
거울 속에 나는 나인가.
Is the self in the mirror my reflection, or another being entirely? Possibilities? You draw what exactly? I don't know. Portraits, landscapes, conclusions. Yuck, 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 yuck. One of Mephistopheles' various functions is extraction. You can collect various identities and ego from here. Select the extract button. What am I looking at exactly? Aside from a bunch of chains.
누구보다 신속하게 그들에게 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Okay. 00. That's a good rarity, right? I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. You have acquired a new identity. Collecting new identities and ego will be contributive to improving our combat performance. Now let's return to battles. Battles can be accessed via the drive window. Selva Oscura. What is that? Aside from a rose. Intrude! Let's see, with this one you may select one of the identities you have extracted, deploy them into battle. Please select the newly acquired identity for Ishmael.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠. 그렇군요.
I see.
이런 걸 의미했던
This is what that was about.
너무 마음이 급할 필요는 없어요.
There's no need to get
이스마엘.
impatient, Ishmael.
버스가
As the bus goes forward, you'll
향하는
naturally
시정적으로
take on more important tasks than beating the life out of random crooks.
목표에 도달하는 게
I know you're eager to achieve your goals, but do try to have patience.
거울 세계에 있는
Says this works by whisking out
가능성 중 하나를 끄집어내는 거니까.
whisking out one of our limitless possibilities from the mirrored world. It'll have overwritten a part of our
곧
memories.
익숙해질 거예요.
We'll get used to it in no time.
뭐야? 그거 좀 위험해 보이는데?
Yeah, I'm with her on that.
이러다가 내가 아니게 되는 거 아니야?
What if I'm no longer my old self by the end?
여러분은 테세우스의 배가 아니에요.
Don't mistake yourselves for the ship of Theseus. So I guess what she means is that even if the parts of their memories are overwritten, they're still the same person.
인격과 기억을 빌리기는
Now, it's
하겠지만
true that you borrow the identities and memories. The system is designed to ensure that you don't lose control over your own existence.
거울에 비추는 나는 사뭇 다를 수
Basically, she's saying that it's a persona.
거울 밖을 벗어나
Different though your reflection may be, it's bound to vanish once you walk away from the mirror.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는
How our capability grows ultimately depends on you, Manager Dante.
거울 세계의 다양한
It is up to you to place the most effective figment of possibility on us at the right times.
메타몰포시스를 말하는 건가?
I believe that's what you call a metamorphosis. Wonder what Gregor might think about that.
네, 일종의 탈퇴이자 변신이라 할 수 있죠.
I suppose you could say that's a form of transformation.
어머? 그런 어려운 단어는 어디서 알았대?
Golly, where'd you learn big words like that?
주워들었다. 이 사람 저 사람.
I picked it up. My
많이
prior
만나봐야
profession
하는
required me
일이
to people with various occupations. Verwandlung? Pretty sure that's German. I hardly know any German.
담소는 끝났나?
Done chatting?
일단 길부터
Let's make the way first.
어차피
We'll spend more time together than you'd ever ask for, so keep that convo for later. Huh. She's all dressed in black. Select a unit to view their detailed information.
뭐야? 내가 보고 싶었던
This is where you
거야?
can view each character's basic stats. Okay. This is where you view this unit's list of skills and upgrade progress. And also select an enemy to view their detailed information. Each unit has resistance values, and use these values to determine what attack type or affinity they are weak against. Well, I guess it makes sense that lust will be represented with a DNA strand. Seems kind of fitting that, well, thematic, I guess, that greed is replaced by gloom instead. 3 attack types and 7 sin affinities. Target's resistance to these categories can either increase or reduce the damage dealt. Higher resistance value on a unit means they will take more damage from that type. Okay. Check your enemy's weaknesses and select the skills that can exploit them to deal more damage. Oh, sinking. When hit by an attack, take fixed SP damage by the effect's potency. Let's see. Take fixed damage by the effect's potency, then reduce its count by 1. Chunky stab. When tossed an attack coin, take fixed damage by the effect's potency. Alright. Let's see. On hit, gain a potency-based chance to deal a critical damage. Reduce the count by 1 if successful. At the end of the turn, reduce the count by 1.
금방 다녀올게.
And unit with the leftmost skill in the dash roll will be the first to act among allies. Starting the allied unit highest in the deployment order, an ally gains 1 additional slot with every passing turn. This means that they gain an extra opportunity to attack. So if the target took damage this turn, deal 10% damage.
적들을 제거하겠소.
내가 해낸 거 맞죠?
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
I don't think I'll be using those. Must be emphasized that leaving the sinners to make their own strategic choices could lead to suboptimal combat performances. Oh, what could possibly give you that idea? Paint?
해보겠습니다. 해냈어요. 해냈어요.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘.
침묵.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만 했어도 길은 뚫렸을 거야.
Huh? What did I fight for then? Sensing a rattling agitation in my gestures, Virgilio stepped in.
진정하시죠.
Calm yourself, Dante.
걸음마도 떼지
It's
못한
not right to ask a toddler to run when it has yet to take its first steps.
걸어볼 기회가
You need every opportunity to try and walk before you're
달리셔야죠.
to try and walk before you're made to run.
그리고
Furthermore, Dante,
당신은
as the
관리자.
manager, it's your job to manage your staff.
나는
And I am the guide. I decide where we go and how we arrive there.
어떻게 알겠습니까?
Do you get it?
퍼달지 말라고.
Don't argue with me. Yes, sir. How am I supposed to not question a stranger who can't even hear me?
째깍거리긴 하는데.
I heard ticking, so what did they say, Miss Faust?
별말 없었습니다.
Nothing much.
감정을 성대하게
Some verbose agreement that was. Now it would be enough to let me know what that you approve, Dante.
결혼 기분이 어때?
매우
except we won't be walking. So where are we going?
베르길리우스, 그가
Julius, they'd like to know
목적지였습니다.
the destination. I believe I told you that already, Dante. But just where are we going? With his side, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
지역으로 출발하지.
Okay. Okay. But fine.
베르, 앞에 장애물이 있어. 부릉부릉. 해도 돼?
The chatters finally got me to open my eyes. After all, nothing beats blocking out your sight when you want to keep boredom at bay. Not that there was much else to do on a bus whose destination was unknown to me. My lack of head and memories certainly don't help either.
그래. 계속 지나가자고.
응. 덜컹덜컹. 비싼 세정제야. 베르가 큰맘 먹었다고 그랬어.
Clumps stuck to the window gently dissolve, letting light through. Many different sets of eyes on the bus are lethargically facing forward. It felt like a pretty gruesome scene, but based on the others' reactions, maybe this kind of violence is common in the city. Library of heck, if just what I've seen of Library of Verona so far is anything to go by, yeah, pretty much. Felt rather awkward to close my eyes again now that I was wide awake. That's when the conspicuously bearded man grabbed my attention. But, I mean, glass is where we're going right now. A feature far more conspicuous than his beard made me slip.
방금 벌레 양반이라고 부르려고 했지?
You just called me Bug Guy, didn't you?
다시 한번 말하자면
Once again, my name is Gregor.
당신이 시계대가
Same way you're called Dante, not Clockface. I couldn't find any excuses, so just gave back a light nod.
어이, 기사 양반. 우리 지금 어디로 가는
Say, bus girly, where are we headed?
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 카론이요. 당신이 벌레 양반이
Same way you're called Gregor and not Bug Guy. Well, she got you there.
건전도 못 건전도.
베르가 말했어. 수감자들은
See, the students will go to District 4.
방금 사고라고 말했는가?
What's so great about District 4?
그곳은
That place is known to be the home of the Grass Maiden. 'Tis the origin of the heroine's journey, and 'twas the
아까부터 시끄럽게
bloody
쫑알쫑알.
hell. You're running on and on and on.
다물고 조용히 좀
Can't you just shut up and let the trip go on in peace?
나는 아까까지 입을 다물고 있었네만.
Why, I remained silent until mere moments ago.
말 대답하지
I said to
말라고.
shut up.
이봐요. 본인이 더 시끄럽다는 건
So I'm not too great at a British accent. Sorry, did you happen to realize you're being louder here?
죽어도 살아난다고
If
해서
we can't die, sure as hell could suffer.
한 번만 더
So
주둥.
say that again.
옳은 말을 했는데도 돌아오는 게
Say the right thing and your first response is violence? Shows how refined you are. I contemplated for a second. Should I step in? Is this the part where I exercise my authority as the manager with dignity and grace? Faint memory urges me to do something. No, guys. It's inadvisable to use your
모분초도
trenches.
모가지를 분질러야 조용해지지. 도야지 같은 새끼들.
To fight against noisy crying hogs entails scragging.
이유 없는 폭력은 용서받을 수 없다네. 그대는 내가 응징하지.
What the heck is going on here? Since this violence shan't be forgiven, I'll bring about justice.
이럴 줄 알았어.
I knew this would happen. I left a spot on my clothes. Do you guys really have to fight next to me? You must be mad. We haven't even reached our destination, and they've already killed three. They've already killed three of our own. That is.
이거 잠깐 한눈이라도 파려고 하면 사고를 치는군.
Can't take a small break without anticipating trouble, can I?
너희 넷
You four, cleaning duties for the next month.
어째서 본인은 정의를 구현했을 뿐인 것을.
Such unfairness! I really sought the hand of justice.
잠깐, 내 옷 빨래도 포함시켜줘. 피는 와인이랑은 다르게 잘 안 빠진단 말이야. 힘 비싼 건데.
Blood doesn't wash off as easily as wine stains. Just use some hydrogen. Put some hydrogen peroxide on it. It'll come out just fine. No one bats an eye at the lifeless janitors to be littering the floor. Also, I'm not sure how easily red wine comes out. I think it's supposed to be a difficult stain, but I wouldn't know. They're already taking their indefinite revivals for granted. But I don't even know how exactly I'm supposed to bring them back.
단테, 시계를 돌려주시겠습니까?
Dante, I'd like you to turn the clock back. Turn the clock?
그런 모양새면
That must mean there's a puzzled look where...
표정하는 건가?
There's a puzzled look where your face should be. I'll keep that in mind.
파우스트 씨,
Virgilius gives Faust tired nodded gestures to me. She let out a small sigh, but still came to my seat, probably out of a sense of obligation.
처음 만났던 날에도
It's the same thing you did the day we first met, Dante, though I suppose that was more of an instinctual reaction.
다시 해보자.
Now, let's try again.
눈을 감으세요.
Close your eyes. Though I have no eyes to close, blocking out my sight is something I've done. I had no reason not to follow Faust's instructions here.
사실 문은 어디에나 있어요.
In fact, the door is everywhere.
그러나 당신에게만 보이죠.
However, only you can see it, for the stars never set in your
별이 지지
sky.
않았으니까.
At that, I felt a thread of light creep into my sight. As if to open my eyes, I embraced that light. Then I saw a space. I was alone there. And a massive door stood before me. It wasn't a pleasant sight. I imagine not. Suffocating heat and agonized cries seep through the gap. Hearing the endless laments and wailing for even a split second makes me feel faint. However, I'm approaching the door, grasping at its handles as if it's what I was born to do. Whoa. Despite being seemingly heavy, pulling it open was surprisingly easy. Well, if they're properly balanced, a heavy door will pull open just fine. I grope about the door. Thousands upon thousands of last wails lay within. And reaching inside, I grab a few unknown hands. I can feel the histories of different sins bearing their brands crawl up my hand onto my arm.
고통을 나눌 준비가 되었나요?
Art thou prepared to share the pain? Could that have been a question, or rather, pressure to comply? I pulled forth the sin as grasping my hand with all my strength. A terrible pain spreads through my neck and head. So crushingly severe it makes me wish I were dead. The indescribable sensation of bone and muscle twisting, tangling with each other goes on for what feels like an eternity. My legs weren't prepared to endure all this agony. I felt to kneel atop the pool of blood in helplessness. Then I see it. Trembles in the bloody pools, gradually growing into waves and bubbles rising from the floor. Soon that blood soaking the ground coalesced into three masses. Then the agony that seemed to last forever vanished just like that. As the lumps of blood rose into the air and flew away, my sight was cleared of dreadful redness. I turned into the rumbling bus.
목이 베어졌다가 붙어버린 심경은 어떻지? 두근거리던가?
I don't think exciting would be a good word to describe it. Right as Heathcliff is restored to consciousness, he rubs his neck, mutters vulgar words, and approaches Ryoshu. Hold on, I just brought you back. You're going straight into another fight? Heathcliff turns around to glare at me. His eyes are those of a man devoured by blind fury.
어차피 살리는 게 되게 할 일 아닌가?
Isn't your job to bring... No. Isn't it your job to bring us back?
할 거 있으면 그
If your
가짜를
job's
시계로
done, step aside before I knock that dumb clock off.
잠깐만요. 단테 씨가 괴로워하시는 것 같은데.
Please wait. Dante looks like they're in a lot of pain, so we really should... Before he could finish, Heathcliff's steel bat caved in the side of Sinclair's head. The incoherent gurgles of a dying person violated my ears.
시계 대가리. 다음번엔 널 으깰 거야. 이만하면 알아들었지?
Next time, Clockface, you're crushed. Alright, Clara.
정말 생긴 대로라더니 천박하게도 구네요.
You really are as coarse as you look.
한번 죽어서는
Let's dying once not enough for you. Heathcliff tightens his grip on the bat, and Ishmael is ready to swing her weapon as well. Have I seriously become the manager of people who can't be stopped even by death? I was lost in thought. All tension in the bus suddenly dropped and froze over.
이거 아무래도 제대로 교정해둬야겠어.
It seems this team's in need of serious discipline. The sinners are on a collision course, stopped dead in their tracks. A cold pair of red eyes cast their glare between the two.
첫 번째 규칙.
Rule number 1.
버스 안에서는
Do not let me hear weapons clashing inside the bus.
이 순간 이후로
If any of you break this rule as of now,
너희는 내게
you're going to be begging for me to let you die.
난 충분히 그럴 수 있는 사람이야. 알지?
I'm sure you know I'm capable of that and more, right? Sinclair's right on the floor was the only sound breaking the silence. Heathcliff glowered but couldn't bring himself to argue back.
단테, 미안하게 됐습니다. 시계를 한 번만 더 돌려주시죠.
I have to do that again. I'd I'd rather die than have to bear that harrowing pain once more. Waggle my head in dejection. The faint hint of a smile on Virgilius' face vanishes as his expression shifts.
내가 아직 사과와 부탁을 하고 있을 때 문을 여는 게 좋을 텐데 관리자한테.
You better open up while I'm still feeling generous enough to ask and offer apologies, Manager Dante.
단지 아픔이 두려운 거라면, 그래서 고개를 젓는 거라면 기꺼이 도와드리겠습니다. 그 정도의 고통에는
This degree of pain will feel like nothing by the time I'm done. Surely you'll be a tougher person afterward, right?
내가 잘못 들은 건가?
Did I hear correctly?
관리자님이
I'm pretty sure your manager clearly declined your request.
당신
You.
기어드는
This is not the time to step in.
입사할 때
I was informed when I joined the company that the executive manager would be my superior, not you.
관리자께서 고개를 저었다면
I'd say the manager has made themselves clear with a shake of the head.
그래.
I see. So the aide has decided to step in. Is that it?
그렇다면
That's my turn to make clear what I mean.
충분한 의미를 전달해 줘야겠군.
The red hue of his eyes grew deeper, much to my dread. I don't really know what I'm meant to do as the manager, or if I even deserve to take this role. But I felt that I should at least stop things here so we don't get into an even bigger mess. Reviving one should hurt less than reviving 12 at once. Notice I'll rewind the clock. It's okay. Virgilius noticed me motioning her to stand down and withdrew the red glow from his glare as if in mutual understanding.
잘 생각하셨군.
Good thinking.
관리자께서 그러시겠다면
I'm pretty sure her name was Otis, not Wesley. Otis seemed to want to add her input, but she promptly backed down and straightened herself out. The red door greeting me again, along with the twisting sensation. I give it up trying to describe the throes I go through. Words can't express it in full anyway.
고맙습니다.
Sinclair stood up with a pained moan and bowed to me before waddling back to his seat. What's with the measuring tape? I've heard of the Barber of Seville, but not the Barber of La Mancha Land. Okay. I'm guessing that's 1600 local time. Ooh. Oh, so it's not available yet. Okay. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. Huh? Okay. I am the one who grips! Announcer? Lifetime stew? I've never heard anyone named by the name of Stew, let alone for a lifetime. What's with the Hebrew letter there? The Jur domain, huh? K Corp. Oh, is that the company that makes those Keurig cups? No. Red sheet. Hopefully that is not at all like a red shirt. Bon voyage. That's ego, I guess. No. Okay, so that's ego. Yeah, is there any left class ego? Now there's law class. Sword looks kind of cool. Kind of an elegant steampunk look to it. I like it. Whatever. Ow. I wish I only got a few of the districts marked right now. Identity training ticket. Okay, okay, fine.
참전합니다.
I wanted to check to see what the different identities I had were, but guess I won't be able to assign those quite yet. Pardon me, I have a question. Don Quixote suddenly raised her hand. Shoot. Verily, I understood the first rule well. What is the second rule then? Really? Why are you so eager to learn that? Julius gave a cold stare to Ryoshu, who had just lit her cigarette. She looked back at him with a peculiar face. Rule number 2. Don't litter the bus floor with cigarettes. They leave burn marks. The bus falls silent again. Wait a second. The bus shouldn't be this quiet. Where's the engine's roar? Karen, why aren't you speeding up? Good, we could use something to lift the mood. Do I drop it by a gas station? The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like an average driver felt alien. The car needs fuel to run. I do have a bad feeling about this. Wait, if we do that, we're effectively asking to be attacked. That appears to be the intent. Sorry? I could hear someone slam the bus outside. Number nuts? Let me guess, he isn't very smart. Hey, you skipped 20 of them. Why am I surrounded by dullards left and right? Well, just say. How cowardly them to ambush us! They must be villains without a shadow of a doubt. Alright, everyone off. And one more thing. We want them near death, not dead, got it? How come there's only 4? Chaining multiple skills with the same affinity in the same turn will activate what is known as resonance. Connect these skills with the same affinities to activate resonance.
행동을 개시합니다. 지금이 기회입니다.
Absolute resonance. Okay, activated resonance slightly enhances effective skills based on the number of skills linked to the resonance chain. Skills close to the right end of the dashboard receive greater boosts. Guarantees that every skill in the resonance chain receives the boost. Okay. Overwhelmed. Offense level down. And attack power down. And they're all staggered. I gotta make sure it's 2 of those. Okay, whatever. What is that? At least with less than 50% health, gain 1 protection at the start of the combat phase. Huh? Target's SP is below 0, deal plus 10% extra damage. Analytic Eye, deal plus 10% damage to units with the negative status effects.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 늘 새롭다니까요.
좋은 전략입니다.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
Yeah, I looked at him earlier. This is resonance passive. The conditions for these passive can be met by activating resonance that was explained earlier.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
재밌는 순간이에요.
순조로운 전략, 좋은 전략입니다.
지금이 기회입니다.
Brutal! Oh yeah, he's overwhelmed alright. As soon as Marisol's passive is an owned passive. Owned passives activate automatically each turn, provided you have enough ego resources to meet the requirements. The passive requires that you own 2 sloth resources. Use a skill to gain ego resource corresponding to that skill's affinity. Oh, okay, so that's how it works. Since you've gathered enough sloth ego resources in the previous turn, this own passive is already activated. Currently activated passives will be highlighted. Alright.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
좋은 전략입니다.
Oh. Chunky salsa. Don Quixote's eyes always red?
99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
99% your brilliant leadership, 1% my competence. Land of Illusion. Snag Harpoon. Gee, I wonder why she's got that for an ego weapon. But I thought I got some other identities. Was I mistaken? Oh, okay. I wonder what this is.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이었어.
Okay, but what is it? Oh, it's a banner. Okay, so what are the others? Thread. Eager Shard Crate. Identity Trading Ticket 3. And 100 free lunacy. Hang on. What's over here? Past missions? What does that do? Level boost ticket 5? I don't know, maybe. Depends if it's in the budget or not. What's that? So how long does this go? Wait, what? What's that? 100-footed death maggot? I guess that's ego. Or something. I have no idea which one of these are good or even how good they are.
수감자들별로 대화의
언제나 세상의 정의를 위해 달려나가는 저 해결사들을
Okay, whatever. Intrude.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
Ugh. With a guttural noise, the side of the bus lurches open and splits open. A number of human shapes littered the ground before its wall. Some were still conscious, while others weren't exactly in one piece. Then the bus began devouring those served to it in the most literal sense. Gluttonously, voraciously. Yoshi watched it with a satisfied expression, seemingly determined to savor every moment. On the corner of my eye, Sinclair was clearly distressed. They all look like they're out of their minds. Don't you think so too? His reaction got me to know their stories. Got me curious to know the stories. Just to make sure, none of you were forced to join, right? What I was involved in before my head changed his mystery, I myself was practically forced to join the company, judging from what I know at the moment. Maybe they aren't so different from me, or so I thought when Sinclair's head drooped in response, like I struck a nerve.
맞아요. 이건 제 선택이죠. 전부 익숙해질 거야. 그렇지?
He muttered as if he were talk to someone other than me.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요. 저기 또 악의 무리가 달려드네.
'Tis what I would have done, even if the company proved to be not. Look, yon horde of evil approaches. Okay, why do I have even fewer sinners? Each unit also has defense skills. I have to put sinner's port at the bottom of the dashboard to swap the bottom skill with the defense skill. I don't remember selecting Mersault. Use the guard skill to gain shield equal to its power. Damage will be absorbed by the shield first before affecting the unit's HP. When using an evade skill, if its final power is greater than or equal to that of the enemy skill, the unit will completely ignore the enemy's attack, taking no damage from it. Evade skills flip their coin once for every enemy coin flip. Warning: if an evade type defense skill's final power is lower than the enemy's attack, it will fail, and the enemy's attack will strike with full force. Counter. Counter skills allow the enemy to strike first, then perform an unopposed attack against the attacker. Warning: if the unit is staggered by the enemy's attack, the counter will not activate.
행동을 개시합니다.
Let's see. When under the right circumstances, defense skills can be more effective than clashing or attacking enemies. However, poorly timed use of these skills can put the sinners at great risk. Also, please note that the sinners will not select the defense skills unless you personally use a direct command. Please keep this in mind when using the auto skill chaining functions.
개시합니다.
But I've got 2 pride.
표정에 따라 실행한다.
Ooh, brutal. Okay. I should have that. No, it's not a. It doesn't work that way, does it? Let's see, when attacked by skills that trigger tremor burst, raise the stagger threshold, but it affects potency.
표정에 따라 실행한다.
당연한 결과죠.
표정대로
어떠냐?
당연한 결과죠.
보여? 마구잡이로 때려 부숴놨지.
Ah, okay. So that's what the manager level does. And I was wondering if there's a way to increase the Inca-found capacity. I don't know, they didn't get anything towards that. Hey, that's for their level, right? And he uses a metal bat, so yeah, of course he does a bang-up job.
오늘따라 별이 박소. 관리자 나리께서도
Wait.
오늘따라
Oh. Okay, but what the heck does a pass level do? Clear within 10 turns. How hard could that be?
저를요? 최선은
달리자 로신한테.
목적지는 호기만소.
배부르게 밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라. 기계 덩어리 팔자가.
Gee, when was the last time I had a feast? And a big blocking machine eats better than we do.
제공되는 식사는
Do mind that all meals are provided with appropriately determined quantities.
그 정도 먹어서는
It's
기운이
not
안
nearly
난단
enough to get me
말이야.
going. I thought I heard Heathcliff shout, "You think I'm doing this on a full stomach?" in the distance, but Rhodia seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this bus run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요.
It's Enkephallin, an energy source Lobotomy Corporation treated.
이전 엘사 말이군요.
You mean the previous Elk Corp? I thought it produced energy used in its singularity, though all that remains of the company now is rubble.
잔해밖에 남지 않았지만.
Rubble and a big freaking tree.
맞아요. 그래서 지금은
That's right, which is why it's become a rarity these days.
하지만 메피스토펠레스는 신체에서 엔케팔린을 강제로 추출할 수 있죠.
However, Mephistopheles is capable of forcibly extracting Enkephallin from the body. The body? I posed a question, watching Otis give orders to the other sinners, then glancing to the mob in the bus in turn.
네.
Correct. Enkephallin can only be extracted from the brain and the spinal nerves. It can be taken from live subjects for greater efficiency.
효율이.
So that's why Virgilius told the sinners not to kill the assailants. Okay, and
그럼 해당
if
부위만
why the
모두
rest of
된
their
거예요.
body is what you're thinking, there's a point, as their blood and flesh can also be processed into fuel.
엔케팔린이 시동과
Enkephallin is used to generate ignition and thrust, the remaining organic matter is spent on maintaining speed, thus reducing Enkephallin usage.
되도록 천천히 소모되게 하기 위한 설계죠.
하이브리드요.
Fast went on to explain how most of the vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities, and there won't be a sufficient source on its own. But most of it went in one ear and out the other. Well, that's complicated. I got that it's tough work. It's tough work at least.
뭐냐?
Don't mention it. Fast knows no struggle.
고생은 우리가 하고 이제 이봐 관리자 양반 또 온다고.
If anyone's doing the heavy lifting, it'd be us. Hey, manager bud, more incoming. Sensitive information on screen during combat. Okay, where did I find that though? Maximum information display configuration. Now this is default setting applied when first starting the game. More information is shown compared to the other two settings. Details of keywords, use and skills are shown as well. I guess I'll stick with Max then. Not ideal. Galloping tilt, of course. And joust.
폭들을 제거하겠소. 셔츠는 남겨가오.
Ew. Staggered one. Oh man, that dude's almost down for the count.
금방 다녀올게. 승리했어.
셔츠는 낙엽가오. 폭의 거울은 깨졌소.
Let's see. By 1 damage up to 2 hours placed after this unit on the dashboard. Whose passive is that?
원하는 것은 찾으셨소.
Well, based on the icon, I guess it's his. Oh, that's gloom.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 아름답진 않네.
And another one bites the dust.
깨졌소.
아름답진
And another one gone, another one gone, another one bites the dust.
복사에 대한 대가구려. 시들어가는 것 같소.
Hooray! Should I extract some, do some extractions? Huh? When did it change? I'm assuming that's a good one.
자, 결투를 받아들여라. 혹은 추하게 도망치거나.
She dressed like a musketeer.
생존자는 무사히 데려올 테니까 손가락은 치워주시겠어요?
Huh? Okay. That's probably better.
언제나 준비되어 있다.
퀘스트 확인했어요. 이 대검은 당신의 검이자 방패가 돼요.
어이, 적당히 끝내라.
Hey, that's enough of that. Expect a guest any time now. Jilly said, poking his head out the window. A guest? Who?
처음으로 가는 던전이니까.
Determined that we'll need a guide as this is our first trip to a dungeon.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Excuse me, are you the people from Limbus Company? Someone approaches us slowly.
맞나 보네요.
Looks like it. Plus, I just about finished this meal, crunching out the last remaining bone chips. Yuri watched it indifferently before introducing herself.
예전 엘사에서 근무했던 유리예요. 잘 부탁합니다.
I'm Yuri, previous employee of the former employee of the previous L Corp. I look forward to working with you. By L Corp, do you mean?
로보토미 코퍼레이션이겠군.
It has to be Lobotomy Corporation. That's right, we'll explore the former branch facilities of Lobotomy Corporation, also called the old L Corp.
저라면 불러도 절대 안 왔을 것 같은데.
I'm betting Limbus Company will end up becoming the new L Corp by the end of the game. If I were you, I wouldn't have taken part in this. Being a fallen wing and everything, I doubt your employment ended on pleasant terms.
무슨 소리야?
What are you on about? Any part in life can be pleasant as long as you have money to spend. I heard those places are still teeming with monsters to this day. Not monsters, abnormalities. The rumors are true either way, but there are more important matters. The deepest reaches of these branches are in the neoplastic plant-like growths holding the essence of L Corp's technology.
단테, 며칠 전에 내가 제안했던 걸 기억합니다.
If you remember, I believe I offered to let you finish engraving your aspect a few days ago.
정수.
With the essence, those golden boughs in our hands, it'll be as easy as pie. The word aspect still makes my head ache. What was I trying to do? There's no need to rouse your brain and try to remember what you can't. It'll all come back in due time. I return to slow nod to fast placid advice. Alright, for now, I should focus on what I currently know and see. If it's a lobotomy corporation, we're scouring. Might find some ecophelin too. Oh, does that mean we won't have to feed people into our vehicle?
거기다가
We could also grab some ego for lucky. So that's 3 rats with 1 stone. Ego? It's another unknown term that makes my head tilt. But in any case, it seemed rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. And someone else seemed to agree.
유리 씨는 무슨 일 하며 지냈나?
So, Miss Yuri, what have you been up to since the layoff? Gregor gave his best shot at making some conversation with a well-meaning smile to put the newest passenger at ease. His brows seemed to twitch due to a lack of practice, but it's no big deal.
내가 보아하니 그들은 해결사일 것 같소. 그들에게서는 모두 고결한 영웅의 냄새가 난다고 하더군.
It appears to me that thou art a noble fixer. It is said that all fixers exude the noble scent of heroes. As Yuri was nodding slightly, I heard Ishmael let out a deep sigh. I don't know who gave you that idea, but fixers are anything but noble or heroic. The only essential smell is the miserable stink of wage slaves.
금세 다른 밥벌이 찾는 게
Couldn't have been easy to find another job so soon. Good that you're holding up. For now, I'm just a contract worker. Aha, that explains why you decided to crawl on back there. Did they promise to promote you to team leader or something if you struck gold in your former workplace?
실적을 세우면 계약 기간은 늘어날지도 모르죠.
My contract might get extended if I return with results.
그렇지.
Right, a good result is something to risk your life for if you want to earn a permanent spot. What a futile life that is. Hey, what's with the sarcasm? Is something a problem? I don't know. I have a problem with every single thing I'm hearing right now. Seemingly unaffected by the abrasive attitude, Yuri quietly took an empty seat. Looking back and forth between the two, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I can't seem to get used to being around these people. It'll be beneficial for you to adapt to them sooner or later. To adapt to them sooner than later, Dante. Khan, time to go. I guess just taking her seat. Effie's tum wrapped. Khan's raring to drive. Oh, that's a lot of effects.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
영웅을 나의
완전한 침묵.
That's a cool sword. I like it. That is some pretty good drip.
제 뒤로.
생각대로 되었어.
완전한 침묵.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
승리했어.
Ow.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
Huh. Speed range?
목적지는 호기만소.
저 근데
Sorry to ask,
지도는 제게
but if I have the map, how do you know what roads to take? Unless the bus keeps speeding anyway.
그건 말이지.
We do have something to lead us.
카룬의 감.
Do you have good intuition though?
네? 분홍머리. 카룬 앞을 이상한 종이로 막는 이유가 뭐야?
Pinky hair, explain why you keep rubbing that odd paper in Karen's face.
계속
Because you
이상한
keep going in
방향으로
weird
가고
directions.
있어.
Take a look at this
이쪽으로
map.
보세요.
Destination is to the
우리가
southeast of
가는
here.
쪽은 남동쪽 방향인데.
Karen reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance as she couldn't ignore the thing right in front of her eyes.
마음이 향하는 곳. 그곳에 진짜 길이 있을지니.
Follow the heart. That's where the true path lies.
벌써 우리는 모두
Here, we all must follow our hearts. Follow as our hearts lead.
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라는
You're just admitting that you can't read a map.
제가 하고 싶은 말을 대신 해주실 줄이야.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync.
친구라도 생겼나 봐.
Oh, did our driver make a new friend?
분홍머리가 계속 제잘거려. 난 길을 알고 있단 말이야.
Pinky keeps on blabbing. I know the way.
아니 그러니까 방향이
No, I
잘못.
mean, you're going the wrong direction.
앞에 또
Look ahead.
장애물이야.
More obstacles. Do I have room?
갈까?
아니, 카론.
Oh, come on. Wait 1 second.
보스가 근사해 보이는데 나도 좀 타보자.
Sure, we'll give you a ride. And its stomach.
메피스토 팰레스의 후식 시간인 모양이군.
Like I said.
메리지, 아직 밥을 더 먹여야겠어.
So how many miles to the ounce does it get? Because I'm assuming you don't get a whole lot of Encephalon. I'm assuming it doesn't get a whole lot of Encephalon from each person fed to it.
누구도 볼 수 없게. 위험 인물 배제. 신병 확보하겠습니다.
거울은 깨졌어.
Oh wait, that still wouldn't be enough.
폭들을 제거하겠어.
생각대로 되었어.
위험 인물 배제. 나의 승리다.
완전한 침묵.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
Wait. Oh, okay. Have I used her?
내가 필요해? 빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고. 카론, 이쪽이 동쪽일까요? 서쪽일까요?
Colin, tell me, is this east or west?
카론은 두 가지 방향만
Colin
알아.
only knows two directions.
루피의 앞쪽과
Neffy's front and back.
지금까지 방향도
How'd
모르는
you come so far with a
어떻게
driver who has zero
운전기사를
sense of
했어?
direction?
카론. 그러니까요. 해가 뜨는 쪽이
Colin, like I said, the sun rises from... At the driver's seat, three heads gathered together over a map. Well, one of them might have been at a slightly different elevation from the others.
꼬맹이.
Chiquita, aren't you going to join them too?
무례한 소리! 난 어린이가 아니라네. 꼬맹이는 더더욱 아니고.
I thought I thought she was calling Don Hito Chiquita because of the banana yellow hair. I beg your pardon, I'm no child, and most certainly not little. Watching Don Quixote shake her fists sky high at Rodia, I noticed a bitter gaze falling upon them from out of the corner of my view. I'm starting to think that Yuri-gal might have put up with a rough childhood. Gregor turned around to take a glance in my direction, then shook his head and went back to looking at the driver's side with his chin resting on his hand.
딱히 어린 편도 아니야. 일단 칼을 줄 수 있으면 전쟁에 참전부터 시키는
Wouldn't be on the youngest side either. Some nests used to conscript anyone old enough to hold a knife. Nest was basically the center of a district, if my memory is correct. Sounds like nests used to get into wars with one another in the past. Did that happen often?
아주 없는 일은 아니었지.
Not frequently, but it sure as hell did happen.
관리자 양반.
Interested in learning about wars, Manager Bud? Oh, I'm not really curious about the details, just gathering info I should know as the manager. As I was about to go on, a glimpse of Gregor's expression. A glimpse of Gregor's expression I caught from the other side stopped me in my tracks. His eyes seemed to be fixed somewhere far more distant than the driver's seat.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야, 관리자 양반. 오히려 좋은 자세 아닐까?
Don't get me wrong, Manager Bud. I'm not trying to criticize you or anything. Heck, it's actually a pretty stand-up attitude for a boss, I'd say. He slowly continued taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
그래도
Still,
개인적으로는 모를 수 있을지
ignorance is
모르는
a gift you should savor while you have it, if you ask me.
일단 알게 되면
Once you're burdened with knowledge, there's no going back. Without another word, he lit his cigarette.
아니요. 방금 저쪽에서 우회전을 했어야죠.
No, you should have turned right at that intersection.
괜찮아요, 카론. 조금만 더 가서 꺾어도
It's
올바른 길로 갈
it's
수
okay,
있어요.
Challen. We can turn around at the next junction.
기사의 삶은 고단해.
뭐
Well,
지금 더 급한 건
looks like we have more pressing matters at hand.
목적지로 가는 길을
Ain't
아는
that
거.
right, Manager Bud? Burger cackled with cigarette smoke still in his mouth. I was still curious to learn what he'd been through, but he's right that I should focus on other things for now. Urgent matters showed up right before our bus-shaped doorstep too.
옥신각신을 그쯤 해라. 전방에 다시 적이다.
친구들의 버스에 쳐넣다니 미친 새끼들! 제정신이야?
No, we're not nuts. We're sinners.
가만 안 둔다. 버스만 가지려고 했는데 너네도 전부 죽인다.
베르, 연료들이 시끄러워. 카론, 2명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론. 이제부터 조용해질 테니. 전원 하차.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
이 틈에 제 뒤로 위험인물.
나였습니다. 완전한 침묵.
Now that is a quick wipe. What was it? Wrath.
금방 다녀올게.
이 틈에 제 뒤로.
Oh, that didn't go as planned. Straight across.
신병. 확보하겠. 이 틈에 제 위험인물. 해제.
나였습니다.
That's a nice finisher.
자, 다시 지도를 보자고요.
Okay, let's look at the map again.
카론, 딴청 피우면 안 된다니까요.
The trio arguing over the map. Once again, a question arose in my mind. By the way, this bus was specifically made for Limbus Company, right?
정확히는
It's made exclusively for us, to be more precise. Isn't that basically what I said?
그게 그 뜻 아니냐고.
You appear to be failing to identify the nuance. That's weird. I don't think I spoke that part out loud. Is the clock broken or something?
그 정도는
I can tell that much without hearing it verbalized.
파우스트는
There's nothing that Faust doesn't know, after all. Anyway, it must have taken a long while to get out of the oven. To get it out of the oven, especially with that mouth on the other side.
예상한 만큼 걸려서
It only took the expected amount of time. She's downright oppressive to talk to.
파우스트는 천재예요. 도시의 모든 것을 알고 있죠.
Faust is a well-renowned genius. She knows the ins and outs of the city.
어이, 그렇게 뛰어나시다면 저 앞에 가서 길부터
Alright, if it's so smart, why did you help those twits at the driver's side figure out the way? Can't slip away with the constant bickering.
파우스트는 오지랖쟁이가 아니에요.
Faust is no meddler. She answers to questions, but doesn't chime in without being asked first.
그리고
Additionally, there's no greater joy for a human being than to ponder on problems in order to grasp an answer. Faust would rather not spoil that delight.
뭘 골똘히 고민을 해봤어야 공감을 하죠.
You wouldn't get it. I doubt he's pondered on anything ever. I saw Heathcliff's grip on the Bat Titan, however. With Virgilius casting a glare his way, he clicked his tongue as he crossed his arms and forced his eyes shut. I wonder why they're so vitriolic. You and me both, Manager Bud. You and me both. With Gregor's snickers, the bus started again.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
Need to stretch a bit. much was a 10-part extraction again? 1,300. Okay. I think it's 1,500 for some reason. Probably got to mix it with Battle Cats. It's impressive how much cat food you can grind in that game.
그럴듯한 예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
그래, 혹시 저치들과 아는 사이야?
You know those pals? What pals?
무슨 이 뒷골목에 내가 아는 얼굴이 있을 리...
Give me a break. There's no way to know someone in this quarter of the back streets. Groker's face goes dark the moment he looks out the window. Bugheads? Unlike the other miscreants we've run into, they were part insectoid. Gosh, Dante, thank goodness your head's shaped like a clock. I would have gagged if my manager was a huge bug. Isn't that the same type of augmentation you have, Gregor?
저런 징그러운 벌레 대가리를 일부러 붙여놓는다고?
That's just disgusting. This insect heads the necks on purpose? You'd better stay away. I wouldn't want to catch the pests, nah. Is that true? Just a joke. Does my sense of humor not fly with kids your age? While Gregor was left scratching his head, the bus made a languishing sound and came to a slow, deflating halt.
과거 G사에서는 대부분의 직원들이 그레고르 씨처럼 생체 무기 시술을 받았어요.
And the past, G Corp had procedures on most employees to give them biomimetic weapons like the one Gregor has.
예전 G사 출신이.
You used to work for the old G Corp, Gregor? That company must have been... Ishmael frowned as if she remembered something unpleasant but didn't speak further. Gregor wore a smile on his mouth, but his hardened eyes were resting downcast just as a moment ago.
저런 분들은 평소엔 어디서 주무시는 건가요?
I wonder, where do people like them sleep at night?
세상에는 하늘을 천장 삼고 별을 조명 삼아서
For many, the sky is the roof over their head, and the stars are their firelight.
아, 풍류가 있는
Aha, so they're the poetic sort. I don't think that's what he meant. And unless my eyes deceive me, they're intent on obstructing our journey. Is she going to get off, Gregor? Care to explain why you're calling my name specifically? Who knows? I don't feel like rambling about someone else's past with my own tongue. Take the lead, Gregor. You know the reason. You're one nasty fellow. A group of soldiers with the heads of insects gathered near the bus. Not too fond of being in the vanguard.
왜 우리랑 같은 팔을 가지고 있지?
What are you? Why does your arm look like ours? Hold on, I've seen that face before. Mostly on flyers and magazine covers, I'd bet. Gregor, do you know them from somewhere? Not really right now. Not really important right now, Major. Don't think we have the time for reminiscing. That art bothers me. But whatever. Point is, I can't let you through. Is that so? I suppose we can't talk this out. Why are they showing their buggy sides out in the open anyway? They'd make kids cry. We ought to take some concealing lessons from our Gregor over there, right? I'm a special case. I'm a special case. The procedure makes those buggy parts grow on the head most of the time. Although, I'm not sure if I'd consider myself lucky. It feels like they're trying to stop us from getting to the branch facilities for some reason. Are they after the Golden Bough too? Maybe so. Not to be many that are after the essence. And I'm sure each has their own wishes. Isn't that true? What's that look for? I haven't got a clue either. ego each student's unique skills can be used regardless of the identity they are wearing. Let's consider Heathcliff's ego. Press will consider Heathcliff's portrait at the bottom of the dashboard. Every ego currently equipped by Senator Heathcliff, Senator Heathcliff is visible here. Using ego skills consume ego resources in SP. The amount of SP consumed by each ego is listed at the top left corner of this information card. Now select this ego body sack. It seems you don't have enough ego resources to use the ego skill. Each ego skill requires a certain amount of ego resources to activate. So, which was that again? Envy, I think. Use each sin affinity for ego resources may still be unfamiliar to you, but you can check which is which by selecting each ego sin affinity resources in the detailed info window.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
No. Okay, fine. As you can see here, an enemy is about to launch a powerful attack against Senator Heathcliff, and it's unlikely he will win this clash. When he is about to clash with a difficult enemy, instantly he can use ego skill to turn the situation around. Their high power makes them especially effective against strong enemy skills. If there are any usable ego skills for which you have enough resources, it will be indicated in the shape surrounding the center as shown here. Equipping a different ego skill in the same slot or swapping it for a defense skill will unequip the ego skill. The current ego skill will refund the ego resources spent to equip it. Let's see. The SP cost is consumed the moment the ego skill begins its attack. Be warned, letting an sinner's SP drop too low may cause them to panic or become corroded by their ego. Raising the ego skill's thread spinning tier unlocks its ego passive. Once the turn in which this unit used the ego skill ends, at the battle moves the next turn, the skill's unique ego passive will activate. Okay. Oh, passives, there you go. Now he defeats an enemy and gain 1 attack up and 1 haste at the start of the next turn.
라이터는 챙겨온 거야? A lot of wrath.
that's gloom.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
다음은 침묵을 남겨드리죠.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
아름답진 않네.
깨졌어.
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
I'll be taking that. Is there a way you can actually view them, like what their skills are, that kind of stuff, in this window? And there at least should be. Oh. There's almost no wrath amongst a whole lot of them. Well, that gives me some wrath. We learned about ego overclocking. I don't like the sound of that.
길게 끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
도착했다. 역시 카로는 길을 알았던 거야.
Here, trying to do the way all along.
역시는 무슨 역시예요?
No, you didn't. Sinclair and I had to see you from both sides non-stop.
그래? 그래도 이제 동남쪽과
But at least you learned to tell the difference between southeast and northeast, Karen. So this is the old L Corp?
직접 보는 건 처음이네요.
This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes too. It can't have been long since that happened.
세상에.
My goodness, how could a building be in such a derelict state? This is a surprising scene for the rich boy, isn't it? Cut the chatter, time to step off. Huh? There are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의 해결사분들이에요.
They're fixers from the same office as Miss Yuri. They're experienced explorers who have visited the branches of L Corp a number of times. Give your greetings. The person on the left is Hopkins. The one on the right is Aya.
안녕하십니까.
That guy seems suspicious.
붉은 시선님, 직접 만나뵐 수 있어서 정말 영광입니다. 소문으로만 익히 들어왔었는데 이렇게 직접.
Yeah. See the shabby warehouse there? That's where the stairs leading down to the branch facility are. There, Yuri, he will be your guide. Yeah. These fixers have been around a bit. Count on them to handle complications. That should be enough, yeah? That's as far as I can accompany you. I'll be waiting back at the bus. Huh? Wait, what? You're sorely mistaken if you expect me to babysit you forever, Dante. So I'll take a back seat and idle away all alone. If I get myself involved, the expedition would be a little too free of challenge, wouldn't it? It'd be more of a tour. In other words, you want us to come back red, black, and blue. That's the kind of line people with ulterior motives say. Think whatever you want. I've gotten you guides. I've gotten you guides and everything, so do your best down there. Yes, I certainly won't disappoint you, Mr. Red Gaze. I'll try my best, I think. We'll learn about more advanced usage of ego. Sinner Ryoshu will begin with a higher SP value for demonstration purposes. Every ego skill except for base ego skills can be overclocked. Press old Sinner Ryoshu's portrait, bring up the list of her ego. Let's first try using Ryoshu's newly acquired ego awakening skill. Change the Sinner's sin resistances by using their ego. Check the sin affinities of enemy skills and use an appropriate ego to adjust your resistances and get an advantage.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 이 불 또한 예술의 방울경이지.
Let's see, ego skills have a chance to corrode at lower SP values. Be warned, corrosion causes the sinner to use a corrosion skill, which attacks enemies and allies and enemies indiscriminately. You can view the corrosion chance here.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 잘했어요. 이 불 또한 예술의 방울경이지.
Reaching minus 45 SP will guarantee that the center enters ego corrosion state. In the ego corrosion state, the center will indiscriminately attack both allies and enemies. Huh.
저 간다.
모든 것을 태우는 것. 모든 것을 태우는 것.
어떠냐?
Okay. Press and hold the ego skill card to ego overclock it. Using ego overclock forces the center to use the corrosion skill of the ego. If you have enough resources to use the overclocked ego skill, it will activate as a stable overclock. If not, it will activate as an unstable overclock. 1.5 times the resource including SP compared to non-overclocked ego, but it does not target allies. Even a stable overclock can corrode your centers if their SP value is low. Any insufficient ego resources will go into the negatives.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 좋은 전략입니다.
어떠냐?
모든 것을 태우는 것.
해냈어요.
Oh, hello, uncaffeinated one. Yeah, Limbus Company. We're riding the magic cool bus today. So let's learn how to view the detailed information on your equipped identities and ego. Oh, okay. Select the tab here to view the selected identity and ego's detailed information. Okay. Identities get stronger with each level up and uptide tier. Please verify your identity's levels and uptide tiers prior to starting an encounter. You can view this ego's detailed information here. Let's see. Resource required for the ego. The sanity cost. Okay. Okay. Upgrade ego skills by thread spinning the ego. It is recommended that you thread spin them. Please note that base ego thread spinning tiers will be raised automatically as you progress through the story. Please review the manual accessible here for more information. Oh, okay. To battle. What are their levels? Oh. Yeah, that might have overdone it a bit.
목적지는 후기만소.
단테, 잠깐 나 좀 보시죠.
Let's see. While the team was busy exchanging greetings, Virgilius called me to a secluded place.
미리 말해두자면
Let me tell you in advance that they're only grade 8 fixers. Grade 8?
서열이 낮은
These are low rank drudges. Errands being their main tasks. Use them for your benefit, but don't rely on them. I can't count on them to deal with everything for us, in other words. I nodded to let him know that I understood his point.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서
I might be the only one on the bus I can actually converse with. Well, best of luck, Dante. Virgilius pat my shoulder with a bitter smile before slowly making his way back to the bus. Oh yeah, that's Sloth. Wrath and Sloth, I think. What one was that again?
금방 다녀올게. 금방 다녀올게. 할 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Brutal. Let's see what these egos can do.
해보겠습니다.
그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
Get over here!
뻔하지.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
적들을 제거하게.
할 건 했다.
나랬어요.
진 낙엽하오.
가라앉는군요.
완벽한 거리. 나의 승리다.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면.
Yeah, that's one way to fell a tree.
죄독은 아닐 거예요. 그래도 칭찬해 주셔서 감사해요, 관리자님. 그 순간 제 어머니가 생각났어요.
It was a tie! Was there fire coming out of the chimney stack like that before? I don't think there was. What happened to his arm? Yeah, sure. Yeah, seems I had a good pull there.
현장 자료들을 볼 때 이번 사건에 대한 결론은 생각했었는데 기다려봐.
이상이요. 조금 조용히 하도록 하지. 이곳은 지식의 성전이니.
Huh? What's with that? I already got that one!
이 정도면 사람 팔이구만. 난 또 이번에 시술 받으면 팔 두 짝 다 뱀으로 변하나 싶었지.
Thought they were replacing both of my arms with actual snakes.
내가 그들을 대신할 용서. 어버이는 날 용서치 않으시겠지.
So he's become a vampire. Is that a cat of nine tails? I'm guessing Priest Gregor is really good. Ooh. Well. I'm assuming bleed works pretty good. It works a lot like it does in Library Verona, right? Oh, okay. I have no clue how it works in Runa, but basically every time you or the enemy rolls a coin, they take a set amount of damage. That is more or less how it works in Library of Runa. Every time an enemy with bleed attacks, they take damage. Oh. But I don't know. Okay. These boxes. What boxes? Oh. During the final stretch of each chapter, we'll be exploring a dungeon at branch facility for L Corp. Does it... Also made a combo of Rhodey's base ego and Sinclair ego. An axe made out of wood. Okay. Designate that editors will enter the dungeon with you. You can't adjust the team once decided, so choose wisely. Well, I'm probably gonna want him. Depends if you want crits or coin-based damage. And did it? Those all represent the fingers, don't they? Hesher Gurgur's poise, which increases critical chance that Priest Gurgur inflicts bleed on both himself and the enemy to fuel his skills. Priest of La Mancha Land seems like it's going to be more useful. There we go. Problem solved. Well, mostly. C and Priest Gregor. C is based for clashing, Priest is for tanking, but honestly I would trust Seaborn and Rupture team. I don't know if I have a Rupture team. Heck are his skills? Rupture count, Rupture. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for the follow, Lulu. Let's see. Wait, Give rupture. Rupture, rupture. Death rate venom. What does that mean? Let's see. We're getting rupture triggered by a critical hit from this target. Lose 1 stack. When losing stacks due to this effect, gain 1 offense level down. Let's see. Losing stacks due to this effect. Take gluttony damage equal to rupture potency on self. Cannot gain additional stacks to this effect while it is already active. Okay. Might as well use that. Okay, so it looks like this identity is great for Tremor, which, if I'm not mistaken, synergizes pretty well with other effects. Which Sinclair? This one or that one? Wait, okay. I like his sword. Actually, his overall design for that's pretty good. Well, winning more clashes is probably gonna make for better consistent damage, I'd say. Insight? What the heck does that do? Let's see. Discard 1 skill of the highest rank in all the unit's skill slots. Okay, this is for its skills. Okay. So he gains insight with this one and then spends it with this one to inflict sinking. Just the thing to cause that sinking feeling. So it seems really crit focused. All right. What did she do again? Paralyze, offense level down. Sounds like she's good for debilitating opponents. She also crits and lower enemy speed. Seem turn paralyzed is kind of useless though, but it is what it is. Yeah. What does he do? Tremor burst, tremor. Okay, so basically his base identity is really good for a tremor team. Yeah, maybe. Oh, he tanks? Okay. Thank you very much. Yuck, 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 yuck. That's why his guard is so high on base. Ah, okay. Honglu. Oh, this dude. Invoke C, which lowers enemies' SP. Yep.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
Enter the derelict building of Lobotomy Corporation. Oh boy, what the heck happened here? As the light goes dim, the dreadful stench from underground grows stronger.
냄새가 지독해요. 허파 속으로 쓰레기가 막 붙고 있어.
Must not be a very pleasant sensation.
되려 머리가 맑아지는.
The odor is so intense, mine's back to refreshing.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 이 안에서 죽으면 전투가 끝나고 되살아나지 못해요.
Resuscitate?
유행하는 개그인가
Must be a popular joke or something. Whew, I can't even tell what kind of stories circulate the city these days. They seem to have misunderstood us, but seeing as Faust made no comment on it, I decided not to add my input. The sources of this rancid smell were a more pressing concern. Looks like they probably died a while ago.
정확한 관측이십니다.
An astute observation, Manager. The corpses have reached the stage of active decay. Blech, looks like the bugs are having a feast over there.
얼른 서두르자고.
Let's hurry along.
응? 그래.
Something up, Gregor Babe?
원래 무서워해?
Are you scared of bugs?
이건 노파심인데.
No, I'm sure you're more mature than shoving dead bugs in someone's face.
하지 않을 거라비.
Just in case we're... God, put it away! What's so funny about this?
웃기잖아. 벌레를 무서워하는 게 다른 사람도 아닌 자기일 줄은.
I mean, it's hilarious. Who would have thought that you of all people would be scared of these little wrigglers?
그래.
Greg,
그렇게 싫었어?
did you hate it that bad?
됐어.
Forget it.
거기. 장난을
You there,
그만
stop
쳐.
with your mischief this instant.
관리자님도
Do not cause
신경
additional
쓰셔야 할
concerns
건
for our manager.
말란 말이다.
잠깐.
Hold on.
이 시체는 아직
This body is still warm.
공격받은 건
Such as the sign of a recent attack. The gloom that had cast over Yuri's face cleared after observing the bodies for a minute.
우리 아니 로보토미 코퍼레이션 직원들은
These aren't our... I mean, Lobotomy Corporation's employees.
여긴 이제 금광이나 다름없는 곳이
I
되어버렸어.
heard these buried facilities are considered pure gold mines now, attracting all sorts looking for riches.
몇몇 해결사나 조직들
Phrases like the
사이에서
Lobotomy Dream or the Enkefeln Rush are apparently starting to catch on among fixers and syndicates.
Lord and
LD, E-Rush, got a nice ring to it. That's what you have to say after keeping quiet for so long?
그러한 잉글리쉬
Such a frivolous use of English, not prone to blurring the original meaning.
제 말이 그 말이.
That's what I'm saying.
이성 씨.
Huh? You seem to be talking a lot more than usual, he sang.
이상하오?
Does that reflect strangely?
그이는 원래 말수가 적지 않은
He was never
사람이에요.
really the quiet sort.
최근에
He
조금
only had a
바뀌었어.
shift recently.
관찰력이 높은 졸개가
It's not a
많아서
bad thing to have more lackeys with keen eyes.
계속 지금의 상태를
I'd
유지해줬으면
like you to keep that up. Let us march.
마치 그대가
You make yourself look like the captain here. I dare say that role belongs to the manager. Please forgive my insolence, manager. Frowning as though she were caught off guard, Otis bows to me as she apologizes. No, it's nothing. Let's head down. Most of the corpse's body parts are morphed in bizarre ways. One had pairs of wings protruding through their intestines, and another had horribly twisted antennae hanging down.
우리가 아까 마주쳤던 자들이랑
These look kind of similar to the thugs we ran into just before, don't they?
그 벌레 머리 하고 있던 사람들 말이죠.
You mean those bug-headed people? Quiet. I'm seeing uniformed tangos up ahead. As Otis noted, multiple figures could be seen down the corridor.
거수자?
Uniform?
뭐야?
What's all that? Uniformed tango would be phonetic for UT. Oh, unidentified targets, possibly hostile. I'm sure one idea crossed all of our minds. The enigmatic abnormalities that might be roaming this facility, as Faust mentioned. That might be what those shouty figures are.
마주칠 수밖에 없겠군.
We have no choice but to face them.
어이, 거기 누구야?
Instead, what we faced was people. It's too early to deem that as unfortunate, though.
뭐야, 이 근방엔 우리들뿐이라며.
What are they munching on? Huh? I thought we were the only people around here. Did they slip past our team at the entrance? Those scavengers keep coming one after the other.
어이 벌레들.
Oi, bug buggers! You friends with the bodies back there? Bodies? You bastards didn't. Wait. I don't know where you scum are from, but hear me out a sec. You're here for the Enkefelon, aren't you? If you go just one floor down, there's a treasure trove just waiting to be nabbed. Whatever is on that floor is yours. We'll just take what we can here and be on our way. So you recognized me, huh? The one with the soldier's eyes landed on Gregor's face. Their thin veil of kindness is torn down.
배신자 녀석.
Traitorous pissant. So you must have been dispatched into the front lines too. Look better in real life than on those flyers, right?
헛소리 집어쳐.
God, the cheeky crap. I'm disgusted that I once saluted to your face. Whoa, easy there. It's like you had to salute me in person. How you pose as a normal member of society thanks to your dumbass privilege free from the side effects. Whenever we even get a chance, you fraternizer. We never even get a chance, you fraternizer. You were thrown away right after the war was lost. I was tossed out all the same, you know. Isn't that how it is for all the soldiers? Another bot on kick. So this is what the lifestyle you chose? Rifling through the trash like actual bugs. Halt. No good can come out of taunting your foe. You served the military too, you know. You served the military too. You know where this is going. Not getting out of this without a fight. We were planning to let you through. We really were. But now, I'll mince you and your traitor friend into mutt meat. Like hell you are. You were gonna wait for us to climb back up, but the Enkefelons, you could backstab us and swipe it. Wait, were they? They fall into rock bottom and below. And I swear down they don't care which for honor, hey? Well, off for broke. People turn on each other as long as there's something. You're way too naive to think otherwise. Dungeon structure. Your goal is to reach the last section of the bottom floor and retrieve the golden bow. The dungeon consists of multiple floors, each rife with events and encounters. Clear the sector at the end of the floor to proceed to the next. Each sector is connected to one or more paths. You can travel to adjacent sectors by selecting them. It's possible to retrace your steps, so feel free to explore where you want first. Sinners don't heal after battles while in dungeons. Sinners with 0 HP are unable to participate, so keep track of their status. You should checkpoint allow you to fully restore your sinners. After losing a battle, it can be attempted from the start with whatever living sinners remain on your full team. Focused encounter. What the heck does that mean? No. Let's try making the most of rupture. I want to see just what it can do. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that's right. That one does not stack rupture. You can help stack that. Yeah, spin us over on kick. Alright. To Pathos, Mathos. Huh. That was Sloth and Pride, huh? Hardly anybody does that. At tier 3, huh? I guess tier 3 refers to uptime, right?
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
See, did anybody need Pride for that? Well, Faust does. Only Faust, though. No one was... Okay.
얘는 처리했고
깔끔하게 물었군.
Wipeout! Oops. There we go.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
깔끔하게
Ooh, boy. Looks like somebody made a mess. Gregor lights a cigarette, takes a drag, followed by smoke streaming from his mouth.
다른 보안 업체에 취직을 해도
They'd have fared better than this if they got a job at a security company or something.
평생을 군인으로 살았단
They
적이
spent their entire lives as soldiers. The changes required for them to start a new life must have been overwhelming.
그리고 몰락한 날개 출신이라는 건 엄청난 꼬리표야.
Man, somebody
누가 받아주면 구두발이라도 할 텐데.
so many spam bots on Kick today. What's going on? Yep, he did. You have no idea how stubbornly Man, what is with all the freaking bot spammers over on Kick? You have no idea how stubbornly the stigma of a fallen wing's remnants will haunt you. If anyone's generous enough to take you in, licking their boots is the least you can do. Oh, sorry about that. Should have chosen my words carefully.
아니에요.
No, it's fine. I'm sure things were rough with G-Core's fault too.
날개가 부러진다는 건
The breaking of a wing is a turbulent affair for many people. Well. Oh, wrath and pride, huh?
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
What the heck is that? Entities known as abnormalities may be found in dungeons. A different kind of approach is needed to encounters against abnormalities. Battles that employ this different approach are called focused encounters. Let's explore its mechanics. All abnormalities have one or more parts. Each part has their own set of skill slots and speed values. Abnormalities often have multiple parts that can be targeted. Each part uses skills from its assigned skill slots, and its speed values can be changed from turn to turn. And focused encounters, you must select the sinner's skill icons and chain them directly to the abnormality's skill slots. Connect the sinner's skills directly to the enemy's skill slots. Please press the gear. Okay, every chain every. Okay. I said higher. Whatever.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
재밌는 순간이에요.
이걸 예상 못했나봐.
All right. Time to mop up. Ooh.
너냐?
늘 새롭다니까요.
Ew.
깔끔하게 물었군.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
So she just planted her sword in the ground end first. And it hit all of them? I don't follow. Oh. Speed assigned to each unit for this turn can be viewed here next to their skill slots. Okay. As with fast speeds can force enemies with slower speeds to redirect their attacks and clash with them. Yeah, just like at Library of Ravenna. You mean that one? I think note regarding targeting redirection. An allied unit targeted by an enemy skill can still clash against the skill regardless of their own speed. If an allied unit's speed is equal to or slower than the enemy's, they cannot redirect the enemy skill, may instead perform an unopposed attack. Ooh.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Bonk bonk.
깔끔하게 물었군.
It didn't go bonk bonk, just went bonk that time. Anti-horny breathing, first form. Thunder bonk clap!
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
깔끔하게 물었군.
매일 새롭다니까요.
Oh, this is the second wave. The second of 2 waves. Okay. Hey, what does that do? Oh.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
얘는 처리했고.
전 처음 봐요. 이런 것들은.
I've never seen those before.
모른다고?
You don't know? Hopkins' face quickly turned into a cold frown. It was in such stark contrast to the face he showed before. Virgilius shuddered in fright.
아니, 그게...
No, well... Don't you know why we bothered to let a fallen wing's feather into our office? To deal with requests taking place in L-Corp branches more safely. Exactly. I didn't even expect much from a low-rank agent. It's 2 simple jobs. Lead the way and tell us how to deal with those abnormalities or whatever. Now look, what do you expect us to do with just... Oh no, I've never seen those before, huh? Gosh, Hopkins, feeling hangry? Take it easy.
유리 씨가 처음 본 게 확실하다면
They're in fact new to Miss Yuri, then these might be another type of entity derived from abnormalities. Perhaps a new species. That corporation might not have had every specimen in their confines either. Yuri, there's no reason to lambast yourself for neglecting to remember what you were never taught. Ahem. Thank you, sir. What's there to argue about? All that matters is we beat him to death, right? Give the word and we'll do it. Let's see. Yeah, that's a checkpoint. Let's go with that one. Yeah. Let's see. From where it was Envy and Pride. Oh, okay. Or Gloom and Envy. I don't think I've got anyone that can do sloth. Okay, so there I do. Never mind. Oh, yeah, I saw that one already. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, hang on. What's with all those? Yeah, whatever. Envy and gloom, so...
그럴듯한 예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
Oh, just the one wave. Oh.
라이터는 챙겨온 거야?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 깔끔하게 몰았군.
Oh.
좋은 전략이네요. 가라앉는군요.
I thought I used her ego. Ah, I see.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Cool sword. I take that back. Very cool sword.
역시 붉은 시선님의 수하들답게
Why simply
능력도 만만치가 않군요.
why simply attach a bayonet to your gun when your gun can be the bayonets? Impressive. I expected no less of the Red Gaze's minions.
수아라고?
What'd you say?
아이고,
Oh boy, there goes Hopkins again, being clumsy with his tongue.
제가 대신 사과할게요.
I'll apologize in his stead.
그런데 왜 이렇게
What's taking you so long, though, Hopkins? Hemorrhoids acting up again?
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 내가 언제?
Hopkins got up after a bit of dawdling. His pockets were laden with something, but I decided not to bother pointing it out. Gee, wonder what it could be. Okay. Let's see. The baby's chambered in 20 kai and can slice through flesh like butter. Otis properly. You know, I want there to be like a screen cap of like Otis using her ego with like having stabbed the person about to pull the trigger, and that line is like captioned underneath it. That'd be so perfect. Let it roll.
뭐 이쯤이면 적당하겠네요.
Well, I suppose this place is as good as any. As I opened the door, Faust suddenly stood before me.
단테,
Dante, close your eyes and look for the glimmer hiding in the dark.
별을 찾아보세요. 너무 찬란하지도
Find
않고
the faint star of truth, twinkling gently. The star. This won't hurt, right?
별을 찾는 것만이라면
It shouldn't cause you any pain since you're simply locating it. Something about the way Faust put that bothered me, but I decided to trust her and block my sight.
다시 눈을 뜨면
When you open your eyes, it seems so far away.
당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
Will shine right into your vision. That's beautiful. What you are looking upon, Dante, is the Empyrean throne. That light, is it only visible to me?
아니요.
Not quite. Though you,
통해서
through you, now all of us can see it.
던전이 아니지만
Even though we're inside a dungeon, we can now reap the benefits of your ability through the star.
그럼 얼른 시계
Could you
돌려주세요.
please hurry up with the clock then?
뱃속이
I
아까부터
think I dislocated my shoulder.
돌린다고요? 아, 그 시계 정말 돌릴 수 있는 거였어요?
The clock? It wasn't just for show?
돌아가기만 하겠어.
That's not all it does. They have a really neat power. You should come and take a look. You should come and take a look, Yuri. Will no one recognize the pain I endure? Alright, Wrath and Pride. Isn't there someone who's... Nope. Close, though. Huh. A gilded cage is still a cage. Happy fish! Okay, I thought there was a... thought one of them had a base ego that used pride and wrath. I guess I was wrong.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
아, 상쾌한 기분.
Dying here.
그 시계 진짜 신기하네요. 정말 듣도 보도
What
못한
amazing clock you've
기술이에요.
got. I haven't seen that technology anywhere. That has to be on the level of a singularity. What wing could be responsible? Hopkins greedily stared at my head. I really tried to ignore it, but looking at his stuffed pockets again.
단테, 왜 네 머리를
Dante, why are you
붙잡고
clutching your
있는
head like that? It's nothing.
파우스티안.
Miss Faust, can our manager not restore the lives of our guides using the clock's power?
시계는
The clock will only work for us sinners.
아,
Ah,
차라리 그게
gee, I
낫네.
suppose that's for the better.
배에 구멍이 쑥
Imagine
났는데
you're dragged right back to life with a gaping hole in your stomach. Wouldn't that suck?
아니다.
Nah, you know what? You're lucky if a hole is punched in your gut. You'd be a goner in seconds. Huh? Wait. That was oddly timed, considering her remark. Hard tentacle erupts from the wall and penetrates Aya's abdomen in an instant.
전투 준비.
All units, prepare for battle!
내가 말했지.
What'd I tell ya?
난 항상
I've always been a
운이
lucky girl.
이미 절명했어.
Her life has departed.
자,
Come now, you'll have to keep it together, especially in times like these, yeah. But
일반적인 공격의
the
형태를
attack is under an
취하지
unusual form. It's likely that we are facing an abnormality.
관리자님, 명령을 부탁드립니다.
Manager, your command, please. I felt pity for Yuri. She looked at Aya's corpse and then back to us with tears. Nevertheless, Yuri, Hopkins, and Aya, those three I can't revive. We have to fight now if we don't want any more casualties.
현명한 판단이십니다.
Wise decision, Manager.
째깍이는 소리가
You can make sense of that ticking.
계속했다는 거.
Otis gave Hopkins a fiery glare, but soon reminded herself of her priorities and breathed into a shout. It's the manager's order, lackeys!
돌 진영을 구축한다.
You will surround the enemy in information. The target is the uniform head.
네.
Okay.
그런데
To be honest, I'm not sure if you can say that thing has a form. Slowly encroaching vines, followed by the shadow of a figure that looks to be several times taller than a human. It was approaching, begetting fright unlike any foe we faced up until now. Okay, so what are we up against? Oh! You have encountered a new abnormality. Please view its abnormality guide. The abnormality guide lists information about the abnormality. The guide will gradually fill up as you battle the abnormality. Raise the observation level by repeatedly encountering and battling the abnormality. Higher observation levels slightly increase the damage you deal against the abnormality. You may encounter abnormalities with multiple parts. In the dungeons you explore. In such cases, each part may have different resistances, passes, and skills. The fruit. Target the fruit. Okay.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Uh-oh. Destroyed a part of the abnormality. Let us consult the abnormality guide to see if anything has changed. Or if anything has been updated. Destroyed the fruit part. Physical resistance values for destroyed parts become fatal. Please note that parts marked as severable cannot be attacked again once destroyed, unless they regenerate. Let's see. Progressing through the counter unlocked an enemy's passive information. Reading the details and clues in the enemy's information window is crucial to winning certain battles. Too fragile. Down in front! That's not good. Why won't that dismiss? And if I signed everyone's attacks... Okay. What's so hard about that?
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
During focused encounters, you, the manager, may occasionally be tasked with making key decisions and choice events. The tide of battle may drastically shift depending on your choices, so choose wisely. Let's see, these choice events function like skill checks. They have a required sin affinity and a threshold to pass. Each choice event represents an affinity advantage. Select a center with matching skill affinity to increase your chances of success. Passing or failing the check will determine the outcome. Heart torn into thousands of pieces must be kept from all eyes, thus it burrowed into the ground and tangled itself. Yet someone who has to pull up those thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing sharp pain was something... The dry earth must be upturned. Which sinner was up to the task? Oh. I see. The threshold is on the basis of the kind of the average of the damage that they can do. Berger walked with shaky steps. With bare hands they dug up the roots. And hands were the doubts of others. The sinner realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their heart. The effects of entangled roots expired.
어려울 거 없다고 했잖아, 죽어.
Okay. Nope. Freaking dominate.
완벽한 거리고.
적을 난파시켰습니다.
The fruit was born again. Maybe this is a chance to destroy it once and for all. Perhaps. Just to be sure.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Dibs on the ego.
뭐야? 끝이야?
So what? What was it?
한성체는
I heard abnormalities were supposed to be so powerful that even suppressing them is a dangerous task. Well, that depends on the rank of the abnormality.
클리포트 억제력 때문이에요.
It's the Cleafoth deterrence in action.
커피 포트?
Huh? Coffee pots?
환상체들을
A force that weakens abnormalities. Its original purpose is to safely supervise them in containment. As we continue our assignment, collecting more golden vows, the deterrence will weaken as well. Although this was a simple battle. Later on, one of them might take our lives more than 100-fold to handle it. That's a terrifying thought. Where did its corpse go anyway? I'm pretty sure that attack did it in.
분명 수송은 끊어졌습니다.
It was filled without a doubt, all thanks to your exceptional command, Manager. It couldn't have disappeared into the sky.
역시 관리자님입니다.
Brilliant insight as always, Manager.
배제할 순 없죠.
You know, I think if she smiled a bit more widely, you'd probably be able to see what Dante had for lunch. Such possibilities cannot be ruled out. Is the tough-looking ceiling above us not a thing to you?
이쪽을 보세요.
Over there. Listless Yuri pointed at something. The shock of losing Naya must have shaken her badly, but seeing her hold her own and keep her head up, I felt I should let her be and follow along with her for a while. Is that an egg?
환상체의 핵이군요.
It's the core of the abnormality. When suppressed via appropriate measures, it will be reduced to this condensed ovate form.
그리고 부화할 거예요.
And it'll hatch once enough time has passed here.
그럼 기회가
Hatch?
큰
You
일이
gotta be joking.
이것들이 죽지 않는다는
I mean, those things won't die?
환상체는 죽지 않아요.
Abnormality simply cannot die. It's one of the factors that contributed to L Corp's massive energy production.
이 상태의 핵을 격리실에 가져다 놓는 게
As an employee, my job was to put the core back in its containment unit, and now things have changed. What can we do before this egg hatches?
림버스 컴퍼니에는 이런 환상체들을 담당하는 부서가 별도로 있어요. 그들이 회수해 갈 겁니다.
Sounds convenient.
그
Awfully convenient.
팀이요?
Right. Was it the after team? I remember hearing about them during orientation.
그럼 시간 끌지 말고 빨리 부르실까요?
What's stopping me from calling them now?
연락은
The transmission device is on Mephistopheles.
그건 그렇겠지.
Figures.
너무 걱정할 필요는 없습니다.
No need to worry. Once you have the golden bow, we'll determine whether we like it or not.
쉬러도 돌아갈 테니까요.
That must be Warren Capellan. We went down a floor.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄
I didn't think
몰랐어요.
I'd come back here.
대체적으로 로보토미
Most of the Lobotom Corporation's facilities consist of multiple floors,
그리고 각자 층마다
and each floor is expected to be occupied by an abnormality marking its domain.
어? 아까
Seriously?
그런 거
There's
나온다고?
more of them?
그런
So,
전투 정보? 아니, 그걸 대체
where'd you
어떻게
figure all
알아?
that info about what we'll face and stuff?
파우스트는 모든 걸 알고 있어요.
Faust
안내에서는
does it all.
팀이 사전
The guide said that
접근한다고
before team does reconnaissance in advance.
그냥 네가 관계자라서 하는 것뿐이잖아.
So you only know that because you have ties to the staff?
틀린 말을 하진
I
않았잖아요.
never claimed otherwise.
어쨌든
Anyway, this means we should expect a great threat on every floor.
등 뒤에 적을 두고서
It'd be idiotic to advance into the unknown without making sure that we're clear of danger in at least one direction, leaving us with no choice but to take them down as we go.
파우스트가 할 말을 앗아가 버렸네요.
He took the words right out of Faust's mouth.
말하지 않더라도 의도를 전달할 수 있다면
Is it not a splendid thing to be able to convey your intentions before they have been verbalized?
Dante,
Dante, it's time to see the star. I'm your manager, not a scapegoat, you know. Let it ride. So, is there like a point where I can, where I don't have to worry about losing my progress after, even if I close the game down, because it is getting kind of late. Okay. So there is. Ask a silly question, get a silly answer.
관리자 나리께서도 별이 보여?
I've got some good identities for her anyway. Oh. That's what I was looking for. Maybe tomorrow.
오늘따라 별이 박소. 관리자
Okay. Ah, dang. Yep. Souls all bleed damage dealt in this zone. Resets from moving to a different zone. This zone is shared by all characters. If there's a higher kindred among the allies who also consumes Blood Feast, this unit can consume Blood Feast until that ally consumes it first. Huh? The sleeping blood drenching the battlefield will rise above the surface? Heh? I don't follow. Man, the bullets seem pretty beastly. Before I raid out, remember folks, you can Use promo code -10 to get 10% off on your purchases with Advanced GG. And with that, well, time to raid. Oh. Oh, looks like Miliak's playing Persona 5. How about rating them? As always, folks, thank you for watching. Do not stop being awesome, and I'll catch you in the next stream. But until then, take care.